Beautiful shot from inside the Big A. We're just about ready for game number one of this three-game set. The Angels returning home for a six-game homestand. And tonight's Angels game is presented in spectacular high definition by Time Warner Cable. Got three against the Tampa Bay Rays and an off day on Thursday. Then the Oakland Athletics will roll into town for the first of three on Friday night. Of course, the Tampa Bay Rays, managed by Joe Madden. A lot of years in the Angels organization as we take a look at the Mike Scioscia managing tree, if you will.
Well, both guys had such an important role for Mike Scioscia. Bench coach Joe Madden, pitching coach Bud Black have both been successful in the major leagues. As far as managing, learning from Mike Scioscia, being aggressive. Both these guys manage the way Mike Scioscia managed.
There's Mike Scioscia returning home. His ball club at 14-19 in the American League West, 4.5 games back, while the Rays are 22-9 in first place in the American League East. They are a very balanced team, although offensively they have struggled of late. They have a 2.78 team ERA. That's best in baseball. And they are going into tonight's game, a half game up on the New York Yankees, who are currently losing to the Detroit Tigers. As we get ready to show you the lineup for the Tampa Bay Rays. Eric Ibar leading things. Jason Bartlett leading things off at shortstop. Carl Crawford in left field. Ben Zobrist is in right. Evan Longoria out of Long Beach State. 325 average with 7 bombs and 23 driven home. Carlos Pena, the left-hand hitting first baseman, is right after him. John Jaso's doing the catching. Pat Barrel is the DH. Reed Brignac at second base. And Sean Rodriguez, the former Angel, is rounding it out. He's playing center field for B.J. Upton, who is not in the stadium tonight. And those guys are facing Yoel Pinheiro.
Pinheiro 2-4 mark. Last time out against Boston, had that sinker go back down in the strike zone. His breaking pitch was good. His changeup and split. Prior to that, there's 2 games in which he gave up some home runs. His fastball flattened out. Look for him to be aggressive, pitch to contact, because this Rays team can run the bases very well with 29 stolen bases as a team.
Defensively behind Pinheiro tonight, you've got Rivera in left, Hunter in center, Bobby Abreu in right. Brandon Wood, Eric Ivar on the left side of the infield, Howie Kendrick and Kendry Morales on the right side, and Mike Napoli doing the catching. That was the free credit scored. Doing more on defense.
Look for Eric Ivar to be very busy with that glove at shortstop position. Pinheiro very good as far as getting ground balls. If he's going to be successful, he's going to have 15 to 16 ground ball outs, and Eric Ivar with that strong arm. We saw how strong it was up there in Seattle, throwing out Ichiro a number of times, coming in on some slow choppers.
Well, if you have a pulse, you obviously know that the Tampa Bay Rays had a perfect game through against them yesterday by Dallas Braden, the Oakland Athletics. It happened to them at U.S. Cellular Field last year by Martin Burley, the left-hander. This is the team right now, offensively, right in the middle of the pack, a 251 team batting average, but they have scuffled in the month of May. They've hit just 193 as a ball club, but it's that pitching staff that has kept them in ball games, actually winning games as well.
Joe Madden, being over there with the Angels all those years, realized how important it is to have a solid staff and a team that can run and create opportunities to score runs.
We've got 3 very good matchups between the Angels and the Rays starting tonight. Pinheiro's first pitch to Jason Bartlett is in there for strike 1. Bartlett comes in batting .248 on the season, 18 runs batted in. The guy who set a team record for batting average last year for Tampa Bay, hitting .320 as he shoots one foul to the right. It's quickly no balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned B.J. Upton is not in the ballpark. He is scheduled to be back with the team tomorrow. He's tending to the birth of his child. They anticipate that he'll be back in time for game time tomorrow. That one misses inside. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. One-two pitch. Bartlett rolling this one foul.
Good sign. That was a good running fastball. When you see a right-handed batter swinging a pitch that far off the inside corner, it means there's good late running action from Pinheiro tonight already. He's going to try to go fastball on the outside corner, see if he can run it back and get it.
Called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. Down goes Bartlett. There's out number 1 as we take a look at the Hyundai keys to the game regarding Yoel Pinheiro.
Just a 2-4 mark in his career in 10 games with a high ERA, 5.70. The reality is that's a different pitcher. He's the guy right now who's made that adjustments when he was with the Cardinals, and Dave Duncan's taking that over the Angels, working down in the zone. More of a four-seam fastball guy prior to the adjustments he's made.
Mentioned that start he had against the Boston Red Sox, throwing 117 pitches. A very good outing for him as he gets ahead of Carl Crawford. Pinheiro going 6 innings, giving up 8 hits, but just 2 runs, both earned, striking out 5. Crawford takes the big curveball low, and it is 1-1.
Pinheiro fields his position very well too, and Crawford with a lot of speed. At some point, possibly in this game, he might try to drag a bunt, but Pinheiro covers a lot of ground.
That one just missing away. 2 balls and a strike now. The 2-1. Crawford pulling this one over to first. Morales has got it. And there are 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Just underway here at the Big A. Just joining us, the Angels did make a move prior to the game, optioning Rob Quinlan back down to Salt Lake City and calling up right-hander Trevor Bell. He'll be working out of the bullpen. Bell, with 3 starts at Salt Lake, was 1-0 and a 2.04 ERA.
For a number of games last year, started, pitched out of the bullpen. Was comfortable coming out of the bullpen last year late for the Angels. A guy that's versatile. Probably would jump in more of the role that Matt Palmer had.
Former first rounder back in 05 as Ben Zobrist takes down and away. Zobrist, the Roy Halladay lookalike, the switch hitter, can bounce around in different positions. He'll loop one out to right center field for a 2-out base hit. Zobrist getting the start out in right tonight. Keeps the inning alive for Evan Longoria.
Zobrist, a guy that will run a little bit too, has 6 stolen bases.
The Rays overall 3rd in the American League in that category with 29. And Mike Napoli, for all the work that he has had behind the plate, has struggled in throwing out would-be base stealers, just 2 for 24. And nobody's more frustrated about that than Mike himself. Although he did have a great pickoff over at third base in yesterday's game.
You know, with Irvin Santana, who's very good as far as throwing the baseball, he's not particularly quick to the plate. So it didn't give Mike Napoli much of a chance to throw out a would-be base stealer yesterday, but he has been working, getting much better as far as catching and throwing.
Longoria takes a strike. Longoria at 325 on the year with 7 home runs. He takes another strike on the outside corner. Asking the home plate umpire, Tony Randazzo, if that pitch was on the corner. Apparently it was, since it's no balls and 2 strikes. That one missing again. 1-2.
Good spot though, 0-2. Just underneath the hands, just off the inside corner.
By the way, Zobrist reaching on that 2-out base hit, snapped a string of 37 straight batters retired for the Tampa Bay Rays, going back to a 7th inning double on Saturday by Reed Brignac. Longoria goes down swinging on the 1-2 sinker. 2 strikeouts here in the first for Pinheiro. No score with the Angels coming up.
over 2 in 43 innings pitched, averaging nearly 7 innings to start. Fastball ranges from 92 to 96. A very good curveball, a slider, and a changeup.
Defensively behind Garza, you've got Crawford in left, Rodriguez in center, Zobrist in right. On the infield, Longoria, Bartlett, Brignac, and Pena from third to first, with Jaso doing the catching.
Sean Rodriguez playing center field. As Angel fans know, he's played shortstop, second, some third, but also did a nice job on occasion playing the outfield for the Angels. Very good as far as covering the ground, good for his jump, and a strong outfield arm.
Eric Ibar leads things off here tonight. A .248 average, a home run, 5 runs batted in. Team leader in walks. Runs scored, with that batting average dipping down into the .240 range. There weren't too many guys that had good road trips as far as offensive numbers. Just basing it on average anyhow. Morales at .263, while Napoli hit .310. Everyone else was in the low 200s. Ibar takes a strike. Garza this year in 6 starts. He's got 43 innings under his belt, 32 hits allowed, 39 punchouts. And that ERA just over 2 at 2.09. Ibar popping this one foul as quickly. No balls, 2 strikes. Rays have 2 starting pitchers in the top 10 at ERA. Garza, Jeff Neiman, whom the Angels will face in tomorrow night's game. Neiman will face Scott Kazmir. No balls and 2 strikes on Ibar. Breaks his bat, rolls one up the first base line, goes off the bag and hits the chest of Pena, and that is going to be an infield single. Those are the little things that this ball club needs to happen to kind of jumpstart them a little bit.
And also in that situation, Garza doesn't cover first base. Not that he's going to be able to make that play, Carlos Pena, flip it to him, but you still have an option. You got to go there automatically to first base. Became more of a spectator. He jammed him. Just watched it roll down the line. Thought it was going to be an out. See, if the pitcher's there, you could flip it possibly, but there's no chance for Pena to be able to get Ibar. Talking about getting inside someone's kitchen. He still got a base hit.
Garza was pointing to his chest as if to tell Pena it was his fault for not being over there. Not sure that they would have gotten him, but at least the communication is there. As Ibar is on board, Bobby Abreu steps into the box. And he'll take a strike.
Garza's got a pretty good move to first base, too. The Angels look to be more aggressive here at home as far as trying to steal some bags. Well, 1-1-8 to 1-2-3 as far as when he throws the slide step, which gives their catcher an excellent chance to throw somebody out.
The 1 pitch. Abreu bounces one up the middle into center field, a base hit. Ibar trying to go to third base. Sean Rodriguez is one heck of an arm, but Longoria bobbled the ball, and Ibar's in safely. Looked like that throw handcuffed Longoria. Because of that, Ibar thought he was dead to rights. That's why he didn't even bother to slide.
Well, he was aggressive as far as going first to third, but we just mentioned that Sean Rodriguez got a cannon out there in center field. He charged it well. Perfect throw, too, right up the middle. Base hit for Bobby Abreu. Well, he's out by a lot. But it handcuffed Longoria at third base. Ibar was able to get in. He's trying to block it as he's trying to be able to pick up the baseball, but not able to do so. A couple breaks already for the Angels. Didn't happen on the road trip.
No, not so much.
Play even stepped on the baseball, Ibar did.
So Torrey Hunter will step in with 2 on and nobody out here in the first inning. Torrey takes up and away for ball 1. And you want to see how little things like this affect Matt Garza, a guy who pitches on emotion.
I think I was just going to say that to Victor. He's a guy that's very emotional on the mound. Little things like that could set him off and make him overthrow some fastballs. And when you do that, the velocity may go up, but it straightens out. Very hittable.
Torrey swings through the breaking pitch, evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Angel center fielder comes in batting .277 with 3 home runs and 16 driven home. Halos, of course, getting swept in Detroit, 3-game set, swept in Boston, a 4-game set, and then taking 2 out of 3 from the Mariners over the weekend. A 2-8 trip. Torrey takes down and in, 2-1 now. And yet come in just 4.5 back in the West, having only played 6 games within the division. And a chance to pick up a half game with Texas idle tonight. Only 3 games in the American League. This one, you got the Yankees in Detroit. Boston beat Toronto earlier tonight. Breaking ball ripped to left field. Is it going to hang up for Crawford? What a spectacular catch! Carl Crawford leaving his feet. It's a sacrifice fly. 1-0 Angels. But what a play by the Rays left fielder.
Well, we saw Carl Crawford make about 4 or 5 of those exact type of plays down there at the Trop in St. Petersburg against the Angels. Just very athletic. Great jump, full extension to be able to make this play. This ball was gapped all the way around, but able to cut it off behind him and dive and making the play. Well, you can see this right here. Full extension, last second. Ball is actually behind him when he catches that baseball.
Robbing Torrey Hunter of extra base hits. So all you can do is smile.
I think Torrey did that to a few people during his his career with 9 Gold Gloves.
Paybacks are a bear, aren't they?
Yeah, no question.
Here's Kendry Morales. Bobby Abreu alertly watching Crawford with that plate completely in front of him. Back at first base. So just 1 out. A lot of action already here in the bottom of the first inning. Garza misses down low.
Big time shift on the defensive side for the Rays against Morales.
You got the 3 infielders on the dirt. Sometimes you see the shift with the second baseman, Brignac in this case, out in shallow right field. But looking for that double play ball as Morales will take a strike, and it's 1-1.
Longoria is not that far away from the second base. Surprising how far over he is. And it is amazing how far.
Kendry does have the ability to go the opposite way. We've seen that throughout the year. His batting average of .287, those 7 home runs and 22 driven home. Good numbers against the Rays last year. Is a little bit late on that fastball. And it is 1-2. Here at the Big A, Matt Garza just 3 1/3 total innings pitched with an ERA of over 10.
It's not real good, I don't think.
1-2. Got him. There's out number 2. Strikeout number 1 for Garza. As we take a look at the U.S. Marines leaders of the game, Deki Matsui steps to the plate. Good career numbers. 314 against the Rays. A lot of exposure, of course, in the American League East in his 7 years in New York.
20 home runs. That's impressive. Torrey's like, there's no way he caught that baseball. But Carl Crawford, I'll tell you, he's made so many spectacular plays against the Angels.
Big slow curveball is in for strike 1.
Some kind of player who's going to be a free agent after this season.
Oh, 1. It's 0-2 now. Matsui has seen his batting average dip down to .237. He's in a funk. He had the day off yesterday. 6 for his last 50 with 11 strikeouts. Juan Rivera's on deck. Abreu leads off at first. Here's the 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Garza has that ability with his fastball to climb the ladder to get a hitter to swing and miss. That pitch, a letter high at 95.
Certainly has some life on it this evening. Try to get him to chase that same pitch that Morales went down swinging on. The count is even now. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That trade has worked out pretty good for the Rays. Matt Garza and Jason Bartlett Coming over from the Minnesota Twins.
Yep. Part of that Delman Young trade. Bartlett was pretty much the team MVP in 2008 when they got to the World Series.
But Joe Madden loves the way he plays defense.
Two. Little chopper right back to Garza. They'll flip it to Pena. There's out number 3, but the Angels strike first. They get a run on a couple of hits and one spectacular diving catch, robbing Torrey Hunter of extra bases by Carl Crawford. One complete. Angels up 1-0. First, striking out 2. And throwing a total of 15 pitches, 10 for strikes. He'll face Pena, Jaso, and Burrell here in the first inning, up 1-0. Mentioning Carl Crawford making that catch, a free agent to be. Carlos Pena, also a free agent to be for the Tampa Bay Rays. He comes in batting just 183. He's been struggling with a batting average, 5 home runs, 22 driven home. See, the career numbers against the Angels have been spectacular, but his batting average over the last couple of years has dipped downward while the strikeouts have gone up, yet the power numbers have remained. Swings through that one.
And for me, I'd rather have a guy that's going to drive in runs, and he's been a great run producer and a very good glove at first base.
39 bombs last year with 100 runs batted in. Not that far removed from hitting .282 a couple of seasons ago. Takes outside, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Two one. Big swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. I mean, that 07 year in which he hit .282, he had a career high 46 home runs and 121 driven home in his first year as a member of the Rays. That year he struck out 142 times, but he also walked 103. Last year, 163 punch-outs, but walks going down as he goes down swinging here. And Yoel Pinheiro with 3 strikeouts. He's got 1 out here in the second. As we take a look at our FoxSportsWest.com poll question tonight. How many more no-hitters will there be in Major League Baseball this season? None, 1, or 2 or more?
We'll go 2 or more.
You're going 2 or more?
Yep.
Wow.
Resurgence of the starting pitcher.
Be sure to log on to FoxSportsWest.com. Cast your vote. We'll get you an updated total a little bit later on. An Angels Live postgame edition with Michael Leaves and Jose Mota will get you the final results. John Jaso has a 1-ball, no-strike count.
We thought Jared Weaver was going to get one the other day, pitching in the third game of this series. Should be a great matchup there. David Price versus Jared Weaver. He was laughing with us, saying, well, if you're going to give up a hit in that spot, lose your no-hitter, you might as well give it up to a Hall of Famer, future Hall of Famer, and Ken Griffey Jr.
There's Jared getting to start on that Wednesday 4 o'clock start. David Price, the Vanderbilt left-hander, former first-round pick. Breaking ball is ripped foul up the first base line. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
David Price has been throwing the ball very well this season also. He's using his breaking pitches a little bit more. He used to rely so much on that fastball, which is a very good one. He's been throwing that curveball and his changeup very effectively early in the season.
Pinero's 1-2, and Jaso takes down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That is ripped to right field, a base hit. Left that pitch a little bit out over the plate. It's a 1-out base hit. Second hit allowed by Pinero. Man on now for Pat Burrell.
And most times when you see a flare into the outfield, it's an elevated pitch. It's very difficult to flare a pitch down in the strike zone around the knees into the outfield, but that was up. Exmo will show he's trying to go that fastball into his hip and bring it in the corner, but this time was elevated enough that Jaso was able to fight it off in for a base hit to right field.
Burrell swings and pops one up a mile high behind the plate, and this will land in the seats. Former Angel closer, great Troy Percival's in the house. Oh, what? Burrell swings through the fastball there, and it's 0-2.
Pat Burrell's one of those guys with a lot of power, but he kind of has to guess along with the pitcher to be successful now. He likes that fastball, but he can be beaten with a good breaking pitch.
Going out to right field. Bobby Abreu got a good jump on it. They got a chance for double play. No. Jaso gets back to the bag at first. The rookie catcher had broken towards second base, and the ball hit that bat, but Bobby had a long run to get there. 2 outs now. Man at first. Brignac will come up.
He's going on contact thing. Has a chance to land in the outfield grass, but Bobby had a good first jump. Makes the play. And another elevated fastball for Pinero. Needs to work down in the zone. Very effective when he's down around the knee level.
Brignac comes in batting .293. A couple of home runs, 14 runs batted in. Former second-round pick back in '04. Got some time in the big leagues last year with the Rays, playing in 31 games. Guys had some experience playing shortstop, but playing second base now for Joe Madden, who really seems to be that type of guy that likes that utility type of player. That ball is found at the plate. And I don't mean that in a derogatory term. I mean, he likes the guys that are capable of playing multiple positions, just like he took Ben Zobrist after they picked him up in the trade for Aubrey Huff. He was a shortstop in the Houston Astros organization. Got him to play some second, some outfield. All of a sudden it evolved. Sean Rodriguez, same thing.
Well, it gives him options to be able to rest certain players and not lose anything defensively. Also, each one of those guys can do it well with the bat.
That's out to left center field, slicing away from Torrey Hunter. A long run for Torrey, and he tracks it down. Well struck by Brignac, but Torrey Hunter is able to get to it. Middle of the second here. It's the Big A Angels still up 1-0.
Brought to you by CarMax. Now more than ever, the smart choice is CarMax. And by Carl's Jr. Charbroiled Black Angus beef, crispy bacon, and 4 slices of melted cheese on grilled bread. The new grilled cheese bacon burger. Only at Carl's Jr. starting at $2.49.
Bottom of the second, Angels up by the score of 1-0 as Juan Rivera will lead things off against Matt Garza. Beautiful shot inside this gorgeous stadium here at the Big A. Good to be home after that long and grueling road trip. Angels home for a week, out on the road for a week, and then back home again. Seesaw battle. We're almost through, at that point, through the second month of the season.
We're in interleague played the following weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend in St. Louis.
Saw some of the pitchers taking batting practice. Working on the bunting, Jared Weaver.
I asked Mike Butcher who could hit, and he said Trevor Bell was crushing the ball. He said he had a chance of being drafted as an outfielder with some pop.
Oh, 1. Grounded weakly to second base. And there's out number 1. Hey fans, tomorrow night all fans in attendance will receive a free Angels bucket hat courtesy of Claim Jumper Restaurant. This is the date that Mark Rubens had circled on his calendar since back in November. Great seats still available for the game. It can be purchased at angelsbaseball.com or the Angels Stadium ticket window.
I might not be able to sleep tonight.
What if they're going to give away stars throughout the year so that you can add them like the Pirates did back in the late 70s?
We are a family team.
Absolutely. Brings up Howie Kendrick. 1 out, nobody on. And Howie drilling one to deep right field. Zobrist pulls up, and that one's off the wall. Howie in at second with a double. That ball was scorched.
Nothing new for Howie going against the Rays, a 367 career mark against him. And talking to Mickey Hatcher on his last road trip, he feels the way Howie's starting to drive the ball. He's a guy with potential 20 home run numbers. Now Honda Exmo shows a fastball up, stayed back, drove it exceptionally well the other way. There's Mickey right there. He firmly believes right now the way the ball is jumping off the bat of how he can, especially the other way. We saw him in a home run the opposite way in Seattle. I mean, that's a poke to go the other way.
No small task, that's for sure. Howie has his 7th double of the year in scoring position for Mike Napoli. Mike had a pretty good road trip. That one hits him. The Angels will have 2 on and 1 out.
Well, that's a spot usually when your pitcher hits a batter like that. You were kind of trying to go to that area of the body. Exmo will show the fastball running right at a true fastball inside.
Second time that, sorry, Mark, second time that Garza has hit Napoli. Curious for a guy that's got pretty good control, and we've seen good control thus far. And Brandon Wood gets a chance to pay him back. With Kendrick at second and Napoli at first. Big swing and a miss, and it's no balls and a strike. Brandon comes in batting 172, a couple of home runs, 5 runs batted in. And that's the 3rd batter that Garza's hit this year in 44 plus innings. Big lead for Howie over at second base. Brandon chasing the high fastball. That's quickly 0-2.
Napoli's got a pretty good lead at first base too. He's almost like he's a sprinter ready to take out that would-be guy at second base. Rignac, if he's in a situation for a ground ball, that's the best way to get back. If he got hit with a pitch, is take out a middle infielder at second base.
Oh, 2. 2 outs here in the second as Brandon goes down swinging the second punch out for Garza. Top of the order, Eric Ibar now stepping up.
Boy, a breaking pitch out of the zone. Pretty good slider for Garza. Brandon made that commitment to swing at that pitch, unable to slow down the bat and take that. There's nothing you can do with that pitch. You got to take it and look for the fastball.
Ibar's 1 for 1. Had that infield single oddly hit. Went off the bag and off the chest of Carlos Pena. Went to third on the single by Bobby Abreu and then scored on the sac fly by Torrey Hunter. Where we stand right now here. The bottom of the second. Ibar taking a fastball in there for a strike. The Angels, courtesy of that 6-4 homestand that they had prior to this long road trip, now 8-9 here at the Big A this season. The Rays extremely good out on the road, 13-3, best record on the road in baseball. Ibar fouls one off to the left, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Eric on that just completed road trip at 2:31 for the Angels. Two on, 2 out. The breaking ball misses low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Garza has some life on his fastball at the mid-90s. But some would say that it's a fairly straight fastball as opposed to a Pinheiro or his true sinker baller.
Yeah, he tries to locate that pitch above the belt, which makes it that much more effective.
1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Garza stepping out, and same with Ibar. Two in the dirt, full count now. So Ibar's worked it from 0-2 to 3-2.
The contrast of styles between Garza and Pinheiro as far as taking time in between pitches, curveball in the dirt. Garza was able to keep that in front. Garza taking a lot of time, walks around the mound. Pinheiro just grabs the baseball and attacks the zone. Sometimes that's a detriment for your defense behind you when you take a lot of time in between pitches.
Full count and 2 outs. Kendrick from second, Napoli from first will be off the pitch. This one bounced over to first. Pena backs up on it. Garza's covering this time, and they retire Ibar for out number 3. 2 complete here for the Big A. Angels scored a run in the first, still leading 1-0. At the top of the third inning, Rays setting up 9-1-2. Sean Rodriguez, Jason Bartlett, Carl Crawford against Pinheiro. Pinheiro with 3 strikeouts, no walks, 2 hits allowed. First pitch is down and away for ball 1. Sean Rodriguez, former 3rd-round pick by the Angels, 2003. What a monster spring training he had, too, for the Rays. After being acquired by Tampa Bay as part of that Scott Kazmir deal. He set team records for batting average, 460, runs scored 20, and hits 29. All in spring training and earning a spot.
And he has some pop, too. Over 20 home runs in AAA last year for the Angels. So there's a guy that turns on that good fastball.
That is ripped right to Brandon Wood, and there's out number 1. Not a whole lot of reaction time over at third base, especially playing about even with the bag. 1 out, nobody on for Jason Bartlett, the leadoff man at shortstop for the Rays. Bartlett's 0 for 1, struck out looking in the first inning. That slow curveball missing down low. Very tough division that the Rays play in. They've played well in the American League East. They've got a 12-4 record against their opponents. No longer just a 2-team division.
Remember, all the people up in Boston said clearly they were the best team they faced all season, the Red Sox, when they talked about the Rays. And Joe Maddon has done a solid job managing this ball club, turning that mindset around.
Rays went into Boston earlier this year and swept them in a 4-game series.
We were talking to Joe about 3 years ago, saying he said he firmly believed this organization was going to turn around. They were going to be a contender to win the division. I looked at him and said, Joe, how's that possible? They've never won anything here. He goes, because this team has talent through the minor league system and power arms throughout their system, which allows you to be able to be successful.
And because of their struggles as well, they've obviously had and been very fortunate to have high draft picks early on, as Bartlett draws a walk, the first issued by Pinheiro, with 1 out here in the 3rd. They've hit on those high first-round picks. And that's the biggest key, is getting development guys to draft and develop those talented players, just like David Rice and the like. So year after year, you're bound to hit on a couple of those guys.
There's other teams in there. You look at Pittsburgh, even Kansas City, have had similar type of draft picks, and they still haven't been successful. So you got to give a lot of credit to their player development and scouting system and good coaches.
Crawford 0 for 1. He grounded out to Kendra Morales in the first inning. See the splits for Carl. Swings it, taps that one foul. He made a spectacular catch in the first inning. Take you back, as Torrey Hunter drilled one to the alley in left center field with Ibar at third base, leaving his feet.
That's about as good as it gets. That baseball was behind him when he caught that ball. And the ball was scolded by Torrey Hunter.
0-2. Called strike, 3 down goes Crawford. There's that 2-seam fastball on the inside part of the plate, 2 outs.
We talk about a great sequence of pitches against a very good hitter in Carl Crawford. Here, the fastball in. Great job, too, by Mike Napoli setting in to give him that target. Next one will show the rotation of a 2-seam fastball and the way it comes back and gets to the inside corner. That's a great look with that camera angle.
Bartlett still at first as Zobra steps up. He had a single in the first inning. 1 for 1. "27 home runs for the guy they call Zorilla.
Zorilla, huh? And we got Godzilla.
Yeah, they actually have a giveaway coming up this year for the Rays called the Zorilla Gorilla. Instead of bobbleheads, they're just shifting gears.
We saw the slide up there of Ken Griffey Jr. in Seattle give away. Surprised Jason Bartlett hasn't attempted to try to steal second yet. There's 2 stolen bases on the year, but a guy that's definitely a stolen base threat.
3 balls and no strikes. Evan Longoria waiting on deck. There's a strike. Pinheiro at 49 pitches, 30 strikes so far in this one. There's those 4 punch outs and the 1 walk. Opponents have batted .322 against the Angel right-hander. Lefties at .312, righties at .333.
Well, he's a pitch to contact guy, so he's going to give up a share of hits. But most times they're going to be ground ball base hits, so he always has a chance of double play balls.
There's another strike on the outside corner. Full count now. But Bartlett will be going off with the pitch. Kendry will play behind him with a left-handed batter, and Zobrist at the plate.
You see that movement of fastball catching the outside corner. That started in the middle part of the plate and ended up on the corner.
(3-2) ripped into center field, a base hit. Bartlett was running on that pitch. Will head to third as Torrey gets the ball back in. Trying to go back with that fastball. Zobrist picks up his second hit. So runners at the corners now. Still 2 outs and Evan Longoria coming up. Napoli goes out and pays a visit. Zobrist will run as well. He's got 6 stolen bases on the year and has yet to be caught. See the numbers for Longoria on this road trip at .217 average. Pops one foul. This one on the first base side will find its place in the seats just behind the dugout. Evan, a California native out of Downey, undrafted out of high school at the Rio Hondo College and on to Long Beach State. His career has evolved very quickly here in the big leagues. Oh, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good base runners out there for the Rays right now, but with Longoria up here to plate, their RBI machine, you wouldn't think they would take a chance of running unless he falls behind an account 1-2.
Big swing right there. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, you talk about the fact is this fastball starts on the outside corner and runs off the inside corner. That great movement, staying on top of that sinker, working down. Your wrist pronates naturally and be able to have that running action.
Third to first move. On the ground towards third. Nice play by Wood. Goes to second base, and they get the force out as Zobrist is called out. Nice play by Brandon Wood. The Rays threatened to come up empty. The Angels still lead it 1-0. Start the bottom of the third inning. It's time now for our Farmers Insurance True Stories of the game. On this date back in 1967, Hank Aaron hits his only inside the park home run. How about that? Did not know that. One inside the park home run.
At 7:55.
Bobby Abreu takes outside for ball one. By the way, be sure to visit farmers.com today to hear more true stories from farmers, customers, and to find a SoCal agent near you.
It's a great angle to be able to see how hard it is to be able to hit a baseball, especially a firm one. Don't get much time to react at 94 miles an hour.
Pick up the release point.
And close your eyes and swing.
See what kind of pitch it is, and then decide if you want to swing or not.
That is unbelievable. You have about 0.4 seconds.
1-1 out to left center field. This one is playable for Carl Crawford. He calls out Sean Rodriguez, and Sean just didn't want to listen to him. Sean just kept going. He knows one way only.
He figures he's the center fielder. He's the quarterback of the defense in the outfield. Carl's just waving him off, waving him off, waving him off. We noticed so far in the game here, the baseball's carrying pretty good, and that would not have been a good collision.
Crawford with the face palm fiesta right there from Rodriguez.
He said, excuse me, I called for that baseball.
Yeah, I'm the veteran free agent to be. Don't mess with my service time right now. Here's Torrey Hunter with one out, nobody on. Torrey had the sac fly in the first inning, picking up his 17th run batted in. Torrey now second to Kendry Morales in the RBI category. Garza with a couple of strikeouts, no walks. He has hit a batter. That was Napoli. Pitch up and away. It's 2 balls and no strikes. The good old Chia Pet goatee that you could buy, bring it home.
That is a great look.
Yeah. Ryan Franklin busted that out last year. Chad Godin. 2-0. Good changeup, 2-1. Torrey fouling this one off to the right. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Torrey making a nice running catch out in the alley in left center field, robbing Brignac, second baseman, of extra bases. Had the day off yesterday in Seattle. Reggie Willits getting to start at center field. Reggie did a nice job filling in. 2-2, bounce foul.
Yeah, Torrey the day before fouled a couple baseballs off his leg. A little bit sore.
And with the moves that the Angels have made over the last couple of days, the bench looking a little bit different than it has in the first 5+ weeks of the season. 2-2. And that is out to deep left field. Crawford is back, and this one is gone. Big fly for Torrey Hunter. Makes it 2-0 Angels.
Torrey said this way, Carl Crawford won't catch this ball if I hit it over the fence by a lot. Look at pitch out over the plate for Torrey Hunter. With the arms extended, Back up, slider. The hanger, Garza was hoping, but no chance he'd be able to keep that in the yard. Howard Zuxmo was showing. You see that spin, that backup spin on that slider. There's a chance to get that baseball back.
Here's Kendry. That home run for Torrey, his 4th of the year, now with 2 RBIs on the night, giving him 18. That's one of those, as you release it, you wish you had a string attached to it to pull it back. The old yo-yo effect. As Kendry rips one into right field, a base hit. He beats the overshift. And he is on board with 1 out. Now 1 for 2 as Hideki Matsui will get a shot.
There's some serious distance when you hang that slider out over the plate. And you're right, sometimes you get away with it, it'll pop that baseball up. But if you have that good swing like that, level swing, a consistent swing like Torrey did on that bad pitch by Garza, you see that distance.
Matsui fouling off the first pitch. He's 0 for 1. It'll bounce her back to Garza. And actually, we get catcher's interference here. So Morales will move to second. Jaso, the catcher, will get charged with an error.
When you look at Matsui's swing, you got to believe there's a number of times he's had catcher's interference because he waits so long before he swings, trusts his hands to be able to hit it deep in the strike zone. Going to get a good view of right there. You can see this tip, the top part of the catcher's mitt. Right away, points at it.
So 2 on and 1 out for Juan Rivera. So no at bat for Matsui, and as I said, Jaso gets charged with an error, his 2nd of the year. Rivera takes it inside. Juan grounded out to second base in his 2nd inning at bat, so he's 0 for 1.
Juan Rivera looking for a pitch on the inner half. That's where he's going to generate most of his power. Middle in.
Two balls and no strikes. Garza trying to overthrow that fastball a little bit. And Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, is going to come out and pay a visit. 5 hits so far tonight for the Angels. Infield's going to come in as well and talk things over. And this Saturday, May 15th, all kids 2 to 18 in attendance will receive a free Angels pillowcase, courtesy of Scholarship College Savings Plan and Fidelity Investments. Great seats for this game still available at angelsbaseball.com or the Angels Stadium ticket window.
Kids are already begging for me to bring one of those pillowcases home. I know you want one yourself there, Victor, but my kids want one too.
I might travel with that. I might take it out on the road.
Okay, Barry Zito. They're looking forward to Saturday night.
Look how tired they are. They need that pillowcase so they can go to sleep. 2 balls, no strikes on Rivera. Kendry Morales at second base. Matsui at first. Juan fouling it back. Boy, he had that pitch right there in his wheelhouse.
Boy, 2 at bats for Torrey Hunter so far today. Refreshed after that day off yesterday. Line drive. It looked like it was going to be a gapper. Gets a sac fly on it, and this went out of the ballpark. One for 1 with 2 RBI.
Two-one pitch. Good off speed, and it's 2-2 now. Garza slowing the tempo down with runners in base. 2-2. Checked his swing. He wanted appeal. Paul Nauert, the first base umpire, says he did not go. So it's a full count. Here's the payoff. He got him with the breaking pitch. The runners go, so it's a strike him out, throw him out, double play that ends the third inning. Torrey Hunter, though, doubles up on the Rays. He picks up his 4th home run of the year into the Angels bullpen through 3. Halos up 2-0. At the top of the 4th inning, time now for our AT&T trivia question. And tonight we ask which Major League Baseball teams have never had a pitcher throw a no-hitter. I believe there are 2.
Mets, one of them, which is still a complete surprise.
3.
Padres,
the other one. Those are the 2 that I had.
Let's see.
Carlos Pena, John Jaso, Pat Burrell to face Yoel Pinheiro, who's got 4 strikeouts and a walk.
Is Texas throwing one? Oh, with Noah Ryan, of course.
No perfect game by Kenny Rogers. Mike Scott, Houston.
Texas did not. I mean, obviously we know, and I'm trying to think. American League Club.
Oh, no hitter, right?
No hitter.
Perfect game counts as a no hitter.
Yeah.
All right, so Kenny Rogers takes Texas
out
of the
too.
mix.
I don't know why I went right back to Texas again.
Hey, welcome. When'd you get here?
About a week ago. I was excited I got the Mets in there.
Pena's 0 for 1 with a strikeout, takes downstairs. A 2-ball, 2-strike count on the Rays' first baseman.
Tampa Bay, I'm going to go with there, Victor.
Down low. Full count. I'm with you. I agree.
Oh, now I'm here now, right?
Not that you're actually listening. Pinheiro had thrown 55 pitches coming into this inning, and now he's got a full boat on Carlos Pena with Jaso on deck. Here's the 3-2. Called strike 3. Down goes Pena. There's out number 1.
Second time already. Pinheiro with his 5th strikeout. Not known to be more a strikeout type of pitcher. With that fastball running action again. That ball moved a ton.
5 strikeouts matching his last start against the Boston Red Sox in 6 innings. His season high is 7 punch-outs. He did that against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium as Jaso swings and misses on that first pitch. It's 0-1. Rays catchers 1 for 1, had a single to right field and stranded there. Has done a nice job with Kelly Shopik, whom the Rays acquired from the Cleveland Indians in the offseason. on the shelf with the right knee strain. Jaso stepped up in the bulk of the duties, catching down his 12th game. They say a guy who always put up decent numbers offensively in the minor leagues, but never defensively was the guy that could take that next step. And I guess Bobby Ramos worked with him in spring training, and all of a sudden he's bettered himself as he rips one to right field for his second hit on a 1-2 pitch.
Well, if you look at the team ERA when he's catching, it's 2.25, so he's done a pretty good job defensively.
In those 11 games that he's caught prior to tonight, the team's 9-2. That's not necessarily an indictment if you flip things around and look at the third base dugout and Mike Napoli having to catch the bulk of the duty. The Angels have been horribly inconsistent from a starter to relievers to the offense. And it's very easy to sit there and say, oh, well, let's just pin it all on one guy, the guy who's calling the pitches behind the plate. That's unrealistic.
And what it comes down to is the lack of aggression in the strike zone for Mike Scioscia's pitchers this year, in my opinion. And he'll be the first to admit it. Guys not throwing enough strike, particularly that 0-1 pitch, to work ahead.
Well, there's nothing Mike could do there. That ball bounced out in front of the plate. At least he blocked it. That may have gotten Mike in a part of the body that doesn't always feel so comfortable. Rick Smith and Mike Scioscia to come out, check on Mike. We've talked about that a number of times.
Looking at his hand, unfortunately. Same thing you saw Jeff Mathis get hit with a pitch in the dirt in the hand.
And not only that, doing it with the thumb open more times than not. You're taught to curl your thumb inward and then make a fist. It's almost the identical way that Jeff Mathis suffered that injury on his wrist.
And it's your normal reaction. Most times, as we talk to Mike Scioscia about that, as a catcher, what you try to do, you try to keep your bare hand behind your back to be able to block it, but sometimes your normal reaction, you can see it put his hand out there to be able to keep it in front of him. And it got the big part of his hand.
Or at worst case, bring the hand behind the glove. You know, as you try to block a pitch, the glove goes down between the wickets, keep between the legs, put the hand behind the glove so at least it's protected. It's just a matter of habit for guys behind the plate, and that's just the way he does it. And unfortunately, exposes that bare part of the body. So 1 ball, 1 strike count with Jaso advancing on that wild pitch. Second ball is tapped foul, 1-2. Pat Burrell 0 for 1, hit a fly ball to right in the second.
Pat Burrell's a guy that will swing at breaking pitches out of the strike zone. Will chase pitches in the dirt.
Two balls, 2 strikes now on the Rays DH. Here's that last breaking pitch. So that time he got the hand behind the glove. Oh, lined right back to Pinheiro, and nobody's covering. They can't double him up. He waited and waited for somebody to get there.
So he just threw it to the base. That's what you're taught,
yeah,
even in spring training, when you feel the comebacker, just to throw at the base. Quick reaction, waited for somebody to beat it, just threw at the base, hoped that Howie would get there before the base runner got back. Tell you what, Pinheiro is super quick on the mound.
We saw that
position exceptionally well
at Fenway Park. They almost turned a triple play.
That was, I thought for sure that was a triple play that day. That was a rocket, too,
yeah,
up the middle.
Reed Brignac, the second baseman, steps in now. 2 outs, Jaso at first. It's no balls and a strike now. The youngster, who's 0 for 1, hit a fly ball to center field. That was tracked down, actually left center field by Torrey Hunter. Torrey and Reed having a nice little exchange because that ended the inning, and Torrey was headed to the dugout, perhaps saying he was returning the favor. Carl Crawford. This one out to Brandon Webb, going to his left and line out. Brignac has hit the ball hard twice and nothing to show for it. No runs a hit and a man left in scoring position. Middle of the fourth here at the Big AFC. Brandon Webb with his reactions. Two nice plays tonight. Angels still up. They got a sac fly from Torrey Hunter in the first and a solo home run from Torrey in the third. And that's the score here. As we take a look at our AT&T trivia question. Which teams have never had a pitcher throw a no-hitter? And the answer revealed: Rays, Mets, and Padres.
No Texas?
No. Hey, what do you know? Man, I thought for sure. I'm sorry.
Perfect game.
You thought for sure that Texas would be in there. Not once, but twice. Howie Kendrick, Mike Napoli, Brandon Wood. That's 7, 8, and 9 do it for the Angels here in the fourth. Kendrick drilled a double off the wall and right. And was stranded at second base in the second inning. His 7th two-bagger of the season.
Guaranteed, not many people thought the Mets had not thrown a no-hitter with all the great pitches they've had. I think the key for all those no-hitters the Mets could have had, but they all left.
Kendrick whipping into center field with a leadoff base hit. Well, I mean, they were there for a time, though. I mean, Tom Seaver was there. Nolan Ryan came up in their system. Quite a few guys. David Cone.
Dwight Gooden left to a no-hitter, but none as a New York Met. Boy, Ron Darling, same thing. Boy, Howie just continues to crush the Rays. But all those great ones from the Jerry Koosman on through.
Napoli was hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance, so no official AB for him. Trying to switch things around, going to that red bat. Mentioned he had a good road trip, 310 on that road trip with a home run, a total of 6 extra base hits. Snap throw to first base, and Kendrick is just back in ahead of the tag. Good throw from Jaso.
Well, they had a shot at him. I was definitely leaning, thinking secondary lead. See out there with a big secondary lead, but just a little bit late on the throw, but the throw itself was strong.
Quick throw to first, dug out nicely by Carlos Pena.
Well, he has great hands at first base. That's not an easy play. We're dealing with trying to avoid the base runner getting back to the base. Able to scoop it. Otherwise, Howie's at third base.
One. Took something off there. It's 2 balls and a strike. Brandon Wood is on deck in the top of the order for the Angels. 53 pitches thrown by Garza. 35 have been strikes. Mike reaching for that fastball away, and it's 2-2 now. Limited schedule tonight. There's 3 games in the American League, 6 in the National League. Tigers beat the Yankees 5-4 at Comerica Park. Boston defeating Toronto 7-6.
See the Tigers win that game. They honored the late Ernie Harwell at Comerica Park. And the Tigers responded with a victory over the Yankees.
There's almost like a panic in Boston right now with the way things played out with them over the weekend with New York. They salvaged Sunday's game.
The Yankees have had their number now for about the last year or so.
2-2. Breaking ball smoked out to deep left center field. Crawford is back. Gone! 2-run big fly for Mike Napoli. Garza doesn't like it. Napoli says that's payback, and it's 4-0 Angels.
That was a pretty good backflip, too, by Mike Napoli. You knew he just wanted after getting hit by the pitch, and of course that pitch in the dirt gets him in his hand. That had to feel good for Napoli. That's about as hard as he's hit a ball all season long, as far as the distance. Well, he covered another off-speed pitch. Another backup slider. Bat flip, knew he had it. No doubter. Tremendous distance. That was interesting.
So Garza came into this game having allowed 3 home runs on the year. Has allowed 2 here in 3+ innings. Here's Brandon Wood. As he swings and pops one foul and out of play. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, he said early on that Garza's one of those guys that pitches on emotion. He's got good stuff. Always has. He's kept things in check over the last couple of years. Remember a couple of years ago he had a little run-in with his catcher Gianna Navarro. Great angle here on that home run by Napoli. Had some hang time, too.
A great sound off the bat.
Second home run of the year for Napoli, now with 6 RBIs. The 1-1. Wood trying to bunt, fouls it straight back. Not a bad idea. Never minded that sometimes. The guys, after a home run, pitchers all fired up.
Yeah,
fire them up a little more by dropping one down.
I enjoyed that.
Brandon gets jammed and makes a little fly ball out to left. Crawford is there, and there's out number 1. You weren't a fan of that?
After somebody hits the ball about 450 feet, the next guy comes up and tries to lay down a bunt. Yeah, I was quite happy.
Nolan didn't like it.
Especially a big guy like Brandon Wood trying to lay down a bunt. Yeah, Nolan, Ryan, or Bob Gibson or the late Don Drysdale, I don't think they would have appreciated that a whole lot. Actually, they didn't even like anybody getting in the batter's box alone. That was a reason enough to throw at you.
Nolan's retired number 30. Eric Ibar steps in, 1 out, nobody on, and fly one back. No balls and a strike. Ibar with a single and a ground out. So he's 1 for 2. Run scored for Eric. Ibar showing bunt, takes up high. Seven hits in this one. 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and 2 here in the fourth. The 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. Ibar on the ground toward the middle. Nice play by Brignett, but the throw is wide. Ibar will stay at first base. Brignett maybe not realizing he had some time. That ball was hit fairly firm. Got to it very quickly and just could not throw it to the bag.
He stumbled a little bit. I think that's the reason why he got rid of it so quick. You see right there, he stumbled. You figure with Ibar's speed, he had to get rid of it quicker, but he did have more time than he thought. The ball was hit hard. High throw. Pena tried to be able to stretch as far as he could to be able to keep his foot on the bag.
An error on the second baseman, his third of the year. 1 out, 1 on for Bobby Abreu. Time was called. The catcher called time. That certainly will not calm Matt Garza at all. It's always a dangerous situation for a pitcher at any point, not realizing that time had been called to stop the motion, especially as far into it as he was.
It's almost better to just throw the baseball at that point. There's time you can throw it anywhere. You know, just loop it up to the catcher.
Bobby taking a strike. Had a single in the first inning, a fly ball left in the third, so a 1 for 2 night thus far. Ibar talking things over with Pena. Three stolen bases. He's been caught 3 times as Bobby takes one on the corner. It's 0-2. Really not seen Eric running a whole lot. Mike Scioscia saying that they'll pick their spots as they continue to do that. The team overall has 21 bags, 7th in the American League in that category. Check swing. He did not go. And it's 1-2.
It's still a thing for Eric Ibar where he's learning pitchers, whether they hold the baseball long, how quick they are at the plate. Certain moves he'll be able to pick up as far as to get a good jump. Does he move his back foot? Does he collapse his front hip quicker? Certain little things you got to be able to pick up as a good base runner does.
In the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
So did a nice job right here, pitching the dirt, moving his whole body over. You saw he kept his bare hand behind that glove too. That's what you're supposed to do, along with squaring up your body to be able to wear it off the chest protector.
Outside, and it's a full count. See if Ibar goes with a pitch here now with 1 out. And a 3-2 count on Abreu. With Torrey Hunter due up next.
It's almost automatic with Mike Scioscia. 3-2 count with 1 out.
Ibar goes. Abreu had a huge jack, fouled it straight back. So we'll reset and do it again. Shortest outing of the season for Matt Garza this year, 5 innings. That was back on the 23rd of April against Toronto, giving up 5 earned runs at 5. Started the year with 3 straight 8-inning performances. 2 against Baltimore, 1 against Boston. Ibar goes again, 3-2, swing and a miss. A throw down is in time. Strike him out, throw him out. Second time that the Angels have run into that. Good throw by the catcher, John Jaso, but Mike Napoli puts the Angels up 4-0 for his second home run of the year. Angels up 4-0. We start the top of the 5th inning, and Sean Rodriguez showing a little bunt action there. Pulls it back, takes a strike. 9-1-2 due out for the Rays. Rodriguez, Bartlett, and Crawford. Against Joel Pinheiro. Throwing now a 73rd pitch. It's a big swing and a miss.
Pretty good sequence right now. Fastball in the inner half, and then a slow curveball. See Pinheiro make those adjustments in the middle part of the game, coming back with another curveball here. 0-2 count.
He does so, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rodriguez lined out to Brandon Wood at third base in the 3rd inning, so he's 0 for 1.
He's going to try a slider on the outside part of the plate. They missed by a whole lot.
That's an extremely good pitch right there.
You have to come exactly that fastball, same spot. You can lock him up.
2-2. Fastball, chopped ground, foul over third.
See, the reason why that's such an effective pitch, a slider right on that outside corner, misses maybe by a half a baseball. If you start that fastball, same spot, you could freeze a hitter because they already thought and missed that spot on that slider. Just chop that into the ground.
Two again. This one chopped fair over to Brandon Wood. He's out number 1. I'll bring up Jason Bartlett. Time now for the Jaguar key performance thus far in this ball game.
Well, Pinheiro's been very good. You see that tumbling, sinking fastball against Longoria, and then all of a sudden that hanging slide piece to Torrey Hunter going big fly. Another hanging slider. This time Napoli with the bat flip and the gigantic home run. The left center field. 2 homers for the Halos.
Jason Bartlett takes a slider away for ball 1. Yeah, run for the Angels in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th. 1-0. Bartlett takes a strike at the knees, 1-1. Bartlett 0 for 1. He was a strikeout victim in the 1st inning, drew a walk in the 3rd. One of 5 punch-outs for Pinheiro in this one with 1 walk. Good slider on the outside corner. Bartlett wanted to offer at it. That's the reverse of what we were just talking about with Rodriguez. He was looking for that fastball and got the slider.
Exactly. The adjustments he's made. Beginning part of the game, a lot of fastballs. Now mixing in the curveball, slider. And still able to throw that same type of sinker. Remember that one game in which he had a tough time early in the game with his sinker? And then all of a sudden he went to the secondary pitches. Then he locked back in with that sinker. Well, so far in the game, he's only had a couple ground ball outs.
2-2. There's that slider. Full count now. 3 ground outs, 5 flyouts, 5 strikeouts.
You see that's reversed, about 7 or 8 ground ball outs.
3-2, rolled foul. Bartlett over the top of that one. Carl Crawford, the speedy left fielder, is on deck. 3-2 again. Swing and a miss. And the leash broke on Bartlett's bat. It was flying behind home plate. 2 outs.
Well, that movement on that fastball was outstanding. And it's not overpowering. It's 88. That fastball there almost looks like a split finger fastball. The movement, that late movement. Raxmon will get a good idea of how good he does as far as working down with that sinker. Bartlett unable to do anything with that. Fortunately, that bat didn't hit anybody.
Right over the top of the home plate umpire, Tony Randazzo. 2 outs, nobody on as Crawford takes outside. Crawford is 0 for 2 with a ground ball to first and a strikeout. Crawford out to left field, chasing Juan Rivera back. He's there, makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Surprisingly enough, just the first time he's retired the side in order. Middle of the 5th, Angels still up 4-0. We start the bottom of the 5th inning here at the Big A. Victor Rojas along with Mark Gubiza. Glad you could join us. Crisp, cool Monday evening here in Anaheim. Nice to be back home for a little 6-game homestand. Torrey Hunter steps in. He's had a nice night. A sac fly in the 1st inning and a home run in the 3rd. A solo job. So he's 1 for 1 with 2 RBIs as he takes a fastball in there. Matt Garza with 4 punch outs. No walks, 1 hit batter in this one, having thrown 71 pitches. Not
good
messing
location.
around. Yeah.
Good location on those fastballs. You can see Garza a little bit quicker. Used to take a lot of time in between pitches prior to that, but now being more aggressive with that fastball.
Oh, 2 fastball just missing down. Garza in his 3rd year now with the Tampa Bay Rays, was 11-9 the year in which the Rays won the American League, went to the World Series, had a 3.70 ERA last year, fell to 8-12, an ERA of 3.95 in 32 starts. But still only 26 years of age. The 1-2. He went around on the breaking pitch. Down goes Torrey, and there's out number 1.
Now it's time for our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. Cement mixer slider. Torrey Hunter goes kaboom to left field. Paul Crawford, you can't catch that one. That's over the fence, and that's our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast.
Torrey's 4th home run of the year. At that point, made it 2-0 Angels. And then the Napoli home run, the 2-run shot in the 4th, made it 4-0 as Kendry Morales takes outside for ball 1. Kendry with a strikeout in the 1st and a single in the 3rd inning. He's eventually thrown out in a strike him out, throw him out double play that ended the 3rd. Actually, the Angels have done that in the last 2 innings. The 3rd and the 4th.
Well, Kendry had that look like that was a pitch I should have crushed a mile.
I had that look from up here watching Kendry have that look. Right down Broadway at 93 miles an hour.
He was shaking his head, hoping he does the same thing.
Fouled off to the left. One ball, 2 strikes. They overshift on Morales. 3 infielders on the right, but Brignac's out in shallow right field. In softball, he'd be the right out player, the rover, if you will. And if he gets the ground ball, you could score it in your scorebook at home. 10-3.
10-3. All right. Just a bit outside.
You just read my mind. That may have hit the bull.
That's slightly overthrowing the baseball, I think. Let's check out our Fox track, see how close that was.
Didn't miss by much at 93. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's what they say. It's for effect, right?
It's good early in the game, but not in the 5th.
Popped him up on the infield. Evan Longoria, the 3rd baseman, behind second base, makes a catch for out number 2. Hey fans, if you're looking for a great value, look no further than the Angels Friends and Family Fun Pack presented by JetBlue. Enjoy 4 game tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 soft drinks for just $44. The next Friends and Family Fun Pack game takes place tomorrow night as the Angels host the Rays. Purchase your Family Fun Pack today at angelsbaseball.com. Hideki Matsui reached on the catcher's interference his last time up. And is grounded out. He's 0 for 1. Garza himself has not had a 1-2-3 inning. Trying to match Pinheiro here in the 5th.
Still manageable pitch count. He's only thrown 81 pitches. It seemed like he's thrown a lot more than that.
Two O's on the corner, 2-1. And he's a guy that Joe Mad will allow to kind of run up the pitch count into the 115, 120 range. Depending, of course, on the situation. 2-1. Matsui grounds one to short. Bartlett's got it. It's a 1-2-3 inning. We're through 5 here in Anaheim. Angels have a 4-0 lead over the Tampa Bay Rays.
Sixth inning now. It's time for the Coors Light Freeze Can. Talk about one of the best plays of this young season. Carl Crawford going full extension. Be able to bring in that bullet by Torrey Hunter, saving a couple runs. Carl Crawford, great left fielder. That was a Coors Light Freeze Can brought to you by Frost Brewed. Coors Light.
There's Carl Crawford. 0 for 3 in this one. He made the last down to end the 5th inning. Ben Zobrist leads things off against Pinheiro. 3, 4, and 5 do up for the Rays. Zobrist, Longoria, and Pena. Zobrist is 2 for 2 with a couple of singles. Take a strike and even the count. 4 hits for the Rays. 1 each in the first 4 innings tonight. Zobrist went around. It's 1-2 now. Zobrist has 2 hits. Jaso has 2 hits.
Yeah, you almost have to go right back with the same breaking pitch. I was going to say that's pretty good. That was 4 hits total. I couldn't resist.
It took you a while. That's all right.
I was waiting on you. He's trying to be your man, Maverick.
Doesn't Zobrist look like Roy Halladay?
Exactly.
2-2. On the ground over to first. Morales. Kendry.
He's trying to feel that inside of field of play in football. Kept his feet inside the line. I think that's a catch.
Kendry in his spare time in his homeland of Cuba was on the ballet national team.
I think he's in play.
Yeah, he's in play. Too bad it has nothing to do with the baseball. Zobrist calling time and stepping out. This one is foul for sure.
I did like what Kenny Morales did right away, threw that baseball right to Pinheiro, because there's probably the way that ball hit off the end of the bat of Zobrist. There's got to be some kind of a cut on that ball so he can have some better movement.
Two got him looking on the inside part of the plate. Zobrist checking the strike zone. Goes down looking for out number 1.
Would have been a straight changeup for Pinheiro. Perfect spot. It froze Zobrist. Inside part of the plate at 86. Getting the inside corner. Perfect spot. froze him. His mechanics are so fluid. Pinheiro stays within himself, doesn't overthrow.
Long throw for Ibar, and Morales has got it. Longoria's retired for the third time tonight. There's out number 2 to start the 6th inning.
Great arm. No panic in that because Ibar possesses one of the strongest arms in the shortstop position in baseball. Got himself in throwing position, throws across. Longoria runs pretty well for a big guy. But out at first.
That'll bring up Carlos Pena, who twice has struck out already. One of 6 punch-outs for Pinheiro tonight. Pena's gone down swinging and gone down looking. Trying to change that tempo a little bit. Well, when you see so many balls topped like that, whether from lefties or righty, that tells you you've got that pitch moving. It's sinking.
And he's with the reason why he's so successful. He's starting that pitch in the middle part of the plate and trusting that movement not to stay there. And that's what Mike Butcher and Mike Sosa are trying to preach to the other pitchers, whether down in the bullpen or in the rotation, of trusting the movements. Go to the middle part of the plate and trust that it won't stay there. It will either sink or cut on the outside part or inside part of the plate.
And again, Pena asking for time. No balls, 2 strikes. Sharply hit foul wide of the bag at first.
Initially, Mike Napoli wanted a changeup. They went to the fastball, the outside corner fastball in, and then they settled in on a slider. Changeup is a pretty good pitch right here to Carlos Pena. The way he's seeing, he's trying to open up his hips. If he could stay on the outer half of the plate with that changeup, it should be effective against him. He's going down the outer half with that pitch.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Now fastball inside to see if he can bring it back in the corner.
On the ground over to Howie Kendrick from shallow right field. And it's a 1-2-3 inning. Joel Pinheiro's retired the last 8 in a row. Middle of the 6th. It is 4-0 Angels. Brought to you by AT&T. TV, high-speed internet, home phone, and wireless. Visit at AT&T.com or call 1-800-PICK-AT&T for details. And by your Southern California Ford dealers. where you'll find the new Transit Connect. Check it out at sc4dealers.com. Bottom of the 6th inning from the Big A. Angels up 4-0 against Matt Garza. Game 1 of this 3-game set against the Tampa Bay Rays. The first place Tampa Bay Rays got a half-game lead over the New York Yankees in that American League East with a 22-9 record. The Yankees lost tonight to the Tigers, so they're 21-10. Best record in Major League Baseball out on the road, 13-3 coming into this one. Joe Maddon now in his 5th year at the helm there for the Rays. He spent many a year in the Angels organization as a minor league manager, director of player development, minor league field coordinator. Before coming up to the big leagues, Rivera skies one out to right. Zobrist is there, and there's out number 1.
You know, we talked about how the Angels have played so well against the Rays, even though the Rays have the best road record. That 13-1 the Angels have been the last 14 against the Rays. Just weird things happen. So that ground ball by Eric Ibar hits the base, that catcher's interference. There's certain things that happen when a club comes in that doesn't play particularly well in a ballpark.
Oh, we saw that first inning kind of unfold on that Ibar dribbler that hit the bag, and then Ibar would have been out by about 10 feet at third base when he went to third base on the single by Abreu, but the throw handcuffed Evan Longoria. He was safe, then all of a sudden he scored on the sac fly, and that's just kind of how that first inning started. And it's been that way. Garza's had great stuff tonight, without question. But he's made 2 mistakes, one to Torrey, one to Mike Napoli. Kendrick is 2 for 2 with a double and a singles. He chases that breaking pitch to even the count.
And the 2 pitches that they hit out of the ballpark, Torrey Hunter and Mike Napoli, were both sliders that backed up on Garza.
Doesn't like the feel of the baseball. Go back there. Have that rosin bag. Kevin Jepson is up and loosening. One. Cute foul. You a big rosin guy?
No, I didn't rub the baseball. I didn't use the rosin all that much. Early in the game, I would pat it on my leg. That way it would sit there if I needed it. Just like be able to get some sticky feeling to use the sweat to be able to use that rosin. But no, I didn't like to waste time in between pitches. And of course, there is to be able to clean your cleats off if there's mud. But obviously, not a lot of weather conditions out here in California to need that too often.
Kendrick goes down swinging on that breaking pitch, and there are 2 outs. Time for the One West Bank. One person, one play, brought to you by One West Bank, one person at a time.
Hanging slider, Mike Napoli going gargantuan. Distance and height to left central. 2-run home run.
Mike Napoli's been hit by a pitch and hit that 2-run home run, his 2nd of the year. Got a great note from Eric Kay, the Angels media department. Most home runs as a catcher since May of 2006. That's when Mike Napoli made his debut. Including today's game, Mike Napoli 3rd. Brian McCann's hit 85 home runs. Benji Molina 69, Napoli 65, then Posada was 64, and Veritek was 59. He had the big year last year.
Great power, even the right center field. That's when you know he's going to get on one of his patented streaks, when he starts driving the ball well the other way.
We saw some of that on that road trip. 1-1. 2 balls and a strike. Yoel Pinheiro tonight, 6 innings, 4 hits, 7 punch-outs, 1 walk.
Still focused, has that look. He wants to go out and go up another 0, see how deep he can go into this game. back-to-back good starts for Pinheiro. Last time against Boston. Obviously tonight.
(3-1), and Napoli didn't want to take the walk.
I think he was trying to hit that ball a little bit further than the last home run.
I think he's still a little bit chapped after getting drilled by Garza in his first plate appearance back in the second inning. (3-2). He went around on the breaking pitch. Matt Garza over the last couple of innings has matched Joel Pinheiro. We're through 6 here at the Big A. Halo's got a 4-0 lead over the Rays. Top of the 7th here at the Big A, 4-0 Angels. Joel Pinheiro's back out there, having allowed just 4 hits in this one. They'll face the catcher, John Jaso, who's got 2 of those hits, 2 base hits. Left-handed batter takes a breaking ball for a strike. Kind of has a almost like a Travis Hafner type of approach, doesn't it? An open stance.
Hands moving.
The hands moving, yeah.
You're susceptible to pitches on the outside part of the plate, preferably in a changeup. Something slow.
Upstairs with the fastball, 1-2.
Pinheiro now at 102 pitches. Looks like this would be his last inning if he can have a clean inning here.
The 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Longest outing this year for Pinheiro, back on April the 19th. 7 1/3 against the Tigers. And the 2-2. Skied foul down the right field line. This one landed seats about 6 rows deep. Checking the bat, making sure that it is not broken.
He's been pretty quick on pitches on the inside part of the plate. The fastball. Pinheiro has tried that 2-seam fastball in there, and he's been hurt a couple times on base hits. We're going with that changeup.
Breaks his bat and rolls one to the left side. Nice job by Brandon Wood going to his left. And there's Out number one. Time now for our Lexus Pursuing Perfection. Mark Gubicza.
Well, Piñeiro's been dominant tonight, working that fastball on the outside corner, getting the benefit of the doubt. Longoria, no chance against that sinking fastball. Pena had a tough night. Oh, Crawford, you've got to sit down after that pitch in a backdoor curveball. Movement all over the place. That is our Lexus Pursuing Perfection.
First pitch swinging is Pat Burrell, and he lines one to left field, a base hit. Burrell, who had been 0 for 2 with a fly to right and a liner right back to Piñeiro, picks up a 1-out 9. As he's on board, the rookie second baseman Reed Brignac. Snaps a string of 9 consecutive batters retired by Piñeiro.
Piñeiro does such a good job of pitching east to west. Staying in the same plane, but going inside, outside, inside, outside. Doesn't go the same particular pattern. Doesn't elevate the pitch very well because he doesn't have to with that type of sink.
May have hit the front of the plate, bouncing right over Napoli. Wild pitch puts Burrell at second base.
He's gripped that fastball a little too much. You're right in front of the plate. Like Napoli did about as good as you can do on that fastball.
One-0. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Kevin Jepson had been loosening, so he should be just about ready to go. Missing outside, 3 balls and no strikes. You've got Sean Rodriguez on deck. Napoli's going to go out for a quick visit.
And is aiming that fastball just a bit. Associate former catcher does such a good job as far as sensing when his pitcher might be losing that command of the fastball. As Mike Butcher, same thing. They have a good idea when a pitcher, especially a sinker ball pitcher, is starting to lose it because then it's up in the zone.
Takes something off and it gets in there for a strike. 3-1. Off speed, looped out to left field. Juan Rivera coming on, makes, nope, it goes off his glove. Burrell was heading back to second base. And what appeared to be the second out of the inning. I mean, had Pat Burrell fold, everybody is safe. Brignac reaches, and it's first and second, and that's going to be it for Piñeiro. It is an error on Juan Rivera, his second of the year. Piñeiro is done. Great outing for him. 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, 5 hits allowed. Kevin Jepson will be charged with coming in and keeping things in place and in order. 4-0, Angels up. Jack in the Box. Right now, Jack in the Box is offering a variety.
Angels baseball is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Right now, Jack in the Box is offering a variety of menu items and letting people choose any three for only $3 plus tax. By Toyota. Get a great deal on Toyota's full line of hybrid and fuel-efficient vehicles at your Toyota dealer today. And by 76 Gasoline. We're on the driver's side.
Yoel Pinheiro tonight, 6 1/3, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk. He has property at first and second base. Pat Burrell at second. Brignac at first base. Pinch hitter coming up for Sean Rodriguez. Willie Ibar will pinch hit for Sean Rodriguez in the 9 hole. Rodriguez ends the night going 0 for 2. Jepson delivers outside for ball 1. Kevin last pitch in Seattle, went 1 inning, gave up a hit and a walk, struck out 2. That coming off that shaky outing in Boston.
Command with the fastball was an issue for him. Ibar usually up there swinging at that fastball first pitch. Pretty much patient here now, ahead of the count 2-0. Brother
hoping for the ground ball. Breaks his bat, pops one up. Brandon Wood in foul ground. 2 outs. So 2 outs now. Top of the order, Jason Bartlett.
Well, you know you got a pretty good fastball when you get a jam shot like that. And you're ahead of the count 2-0. Jepson with a very good fastball.
There's a strike. Bartlett tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Kevin had that rough outing last Tuesday at Fenway Park, going 2/3 of an inning, giving up 4 runs on 3 walks. As the control certainly was not there. Mike Napoli calling time on that awkward swing by Bartlett that usually leads you to believe that signs were crossed up a little bit.
And that was that cut fastball he threw at 90 miles an hour. Again, with a man on second, there's always a different sequence of pitches being called by the catcher. It's not the basic sign.
One ball, 2 strikes. Pat Burrell at second base. Brignac over at first. Outside 2-2 now. Two, check to swing, did not go. Full count now. Runners will be off at the pitch. Carl Crawford, the man on deck.
Important too, because Pat Burrell doesn't run real well anymore, and he'll be able to get a jump now 3-2 in case there was a ground ball into the outfield.
Foul back. That one got back in a hurry.
That was very fast. Straight back.
Norm, you may have been on your own on that one. Another 3-2. Bartlett takes a cold strike. 3 right down the middle. Down he goes for out number 3. 7th inning stretch time at the Big A. Angels lead it 4-0. With Angels up 4-0. We want you to reserve your suite for the U2 concert at Angel Stadium on June the 6th or the 7th. There are a wide variety of suite locations and sizes available for either concert date. For more information or to reserve your U2 suite, call 714-940-2094 today. Here in the bottom of the 7th, Angels send up Wood, Ibar, and Abreu to face Matt Garza. Reed Brignac moves from second base out to right field. Ibar taking over at second base. Ben Zobrist moving to center. Brandon Wood out to right center field. Chasing Brignac back. He is there to make the catch for out number 1. Brandon chasing that first pitch is now 0 for 3 on the night. That brings up the top of the order in Eric Ibar. He's 1 for 3, had a single with a run scored to the first.
The tone was set on that weird base hit for Eric Ibar. And could and should have been thrown out at third, trying to go first and third on that base hit by Bobby Abreu. Instead, scores on a sac fly by Torrey Hunter. And the Angels have not looked back so far.
Eric takes a strike right down the middle. We go back to the point with all the defensive changes for the Rays here in the 7th inning about Joe Madden trusting his guys, being able to play multiple positions. Matter of fact, they're listed as such in their press notes. No infield or outfields. UTIL, utilities. Crawford makes the catch for out number 2.
It gives them opportunity, like I said, to be able to rest some players, move people around, keep their bat in the lineup. Zobrist so effective offensively. He doesn't hurt you defensively either, no matter where you put him.
Evan Longoria, Jason Bartlett on the left side, Willie Ibar, and Carlos Pena on the right side. Now here in the 7th for the Rays. Bobby Abreu's up. Bobby's 1 for 3, had a single back in the first. Scott Shields on the left, Fernando Rodney on the right.
Well, Scotty threw the ball very well the other night in Seattle.
Garza has retired 9 in a row since Ibar reached on the error. He's got 7 strikeouts, no walks, 1 hit batter. Bobby bounces one over to second. Ibar's got it. It's another 1-2-3 inning. Through 7 here at the Big A. Angels still have a 4-0 lead. Angels, top of the 8th inning. We go back and revisit the FoxSportsWest.com poll question and talking about no-hitters, especially the perfect game thrown yesterday. How many more no-hitters will there be this season? Mark Gubers has just been voting like a fool. 2 or more was your selection.
Yep.
58%.
Let's believe it. Pitchers are going to be dealing this year.
I think Roy Halladay will finally get one.
Tough place to pitch. Any fly ball could be a home run at Citizen Bank. He's got to be doing it on the road.
Fernando Rodney comes on in place of Kevin Jepson. Jepson going 2/3 of an inning, striking out a man. Rodney will face 2, 3, and 4. Crawford, Zobrist, and Longoria for the Rays here in the 8th inning. Good numbers overall for Fernando. 3-0 at 245 ERA. Now pitching in his 16th game. He's got 5 saves, 10 strikeouts, 10 walks. But opponents batting 109.
Well, that changeup is amazing. It's the same arm slot, same arm speed as his fastball.
Carl Crawford 0 for 3. Ground out, strike out, a fly ball to left. The Rays, no runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. They've stranded 7. The Angels, 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, and they've stranded 4. We thought we'd have a good pitching matchup tonight, and we got it. Garza and Pinheiro. Crawford swings through that one. It's 1-2. Oh, Fernando Rodney, stylish with his beard, somewhat manicured, or the Chia Pet goatee.
The Chia Pet.
Fernando or Garza? That's tomorrow's Fox Sports West poll question. Be sure to log in now. Vote often.
Get an early jump. I think both those would look good on you, Victor. You'd have a good look for that goatee.
Maybe the next road trip. Bust one out. Good battle here between Rodney and Crawford. The 1-2 again. Will come back up the middle into center field, a base hit. Fernando falls off on that first base side and just could not get the glove back. So it's a leadoff single for Crawford and brings up Ben Zobrist.
You're right. When you go over that first base side, it's very difficult for a pitcher, but all that momentum going to that side to go reach back with your glove. That's why a lot of times you'll see a pitcher use his bare hand to try to field that ball if you're a guy that falls towards first base. Certainly not the right thing to do.
Got to watch Crawford over at first base. Terrific speed as Zobrist swings through the fastball there, and it's 0-1. Zobrist tonight 2 for 3. 2 singles and a strikeout. Off speed is down low. Evens the count of 1 ball, 1 strike.
Maybe it's Fernando Rodney. You wanted to be able to just hold the baseball, keep Carl Crawford from getting too much of a lead and momentum going towards second, because you want to keep that double play in line.
1 ball, 2 strikes. You can't forget either, when we were talking about the quality beards, even Ben Zobrist has got he's channeling the Roy Halladay look. You've got Matt Garza, the goatee. You got Fernando Rodney and that very masculine beard that he's featuring. You can't forget about Irvin Santana and the chin strap beard. So now you have 3 choices in the FoxSportsWest.com poll question for Tuesday night.
Very in depth you are, Victor, to be able to remember that.
1-2. Fouled off to the left. That may have gone off that gentleman's belly.
Unable to make the play.
Here's a 1-2. Crawford goes. This one's right to second base. They got the out at second. Reed at first in time. 6-3 goes to double play.
Great concentration by Eric Ibar. Especially when you got Carl Crawford with all that speed coming in. See that smile from Eric Ibar. Great job. It's an all-speed pitch right at the base. Concentration makes the catch and the throw. Huge double play here in the 8th inning.
That one up and in to Evan Longoria. That's ball one. 0 for 3 tonight with a strikeout, a fielder's choice, and a ground out.
Up and in fastball, 95 will get your attention.
1 ball, 1 strike. Mentioned he's from Downey. We've gone to Long Beach State. Asked him before the game during batting practice, you know, does he get crushed on ticket requests? He said it's the one place that you got to say no, because it's tough. You just keep it to the family. He's got 9 tonight. Sometimes you got to save those up as Longoria floats that one into right field. That's a base hit going for extras. Long run over for Bobby Abreu. Longoria will stop at second with a double. Pretty good pitch in on the hands.
Nothing you do about it that as a pitcher there. That's just a well-placed baseball by Longoria. Strong inside out on his hands.
I mean, credit Longoria because he was trying to take the inside out approach.
And that ball had so much movement on there, just kept bearing in more so on him. He fought it off for a double.
There's Carlos Pena, who's 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Missing down and away. It's 1 ball, no strikes. The Rays tonight 0 for 6 with men in scoring position. They've had 1 guy reach third base. That was Bartlett back into third. Here's the 1-0. Fastball right down Broadway at 96 miles an hour. That'll even to count. Mentioned the Rays offensively have been scuffling in the month of May. Just a 193 batting average coming into tonight. Yet they have a 5-3 record in the month of May because of that pitching staff. 1-1. Just missed inside, not by much. 2 balls and a strike.
They catch the baseball pretty well too. And if you pitch well, you always have a shot. Joe Maddon's very good at manufacturing runs. Very aggressive as far as the stolen base, going first to third. He learned from Mike Scioscia's brand of baseball.
2-1 changeup, swing and a miss. That's how good that changeup is when you get a batter that fooled.
You jam yourself on a changeup, your swing. I mean, that's a pitch. Generally, if you throw a changeup, most people, you're going to be in bad position there. That's not going to be a pitch you're going to get back too often. It's still a bad swing at it.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Big swing and a foul straight back.
Now, as good as that changeup was location-wise, that fastball, though, was 96. It was right down the middle, and Pena had a good swing at that one. Come back with that changeup. Well, he's seen a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. He's also thrown an 80-mile-an-hour changeup, 16-mile-an-hour differential.
Changeup popped up behind the plate. .21 pitches thrown by Rodney here in the 8th inning. Gave up that base hit to Carl Crawford that had Zobrist, fortunately, to roll into a 6-3 double play with Crawford going. That ball right to the bag at second. Ibar turning it nicely before Longoria had the bloop double. Another 2-2 on its way. Way up and in. It gets past Napoli. It's a full count. Wild pitch for Fernando.
Well, the thought process behind that pitch was exactly what you want to do. Change eye level, go fastball. I just overthrew this. It's a little bit too much, but Carlos Pena is a guy that likes the fastball down, and after he threw a changeup to elevate a fastball was the right decision, but he just overthrew it.
Here comes a 3-2. Outside ball 4, and he walked him. So runners at the corners now, 2 outs for John Jaso. Mike Napoli flashes his signs to the defense with runners at first and third. Jaso tonight 2 for 3. He was retired the last time up. That came in the 7th on a ground ball to Brandon Wood. Evan Longoria's over at third. Pena at first. Good fastball there for strike 1. Rodney's 0-1 pitch. It's fouled back to the left. Quickly ahead at 0-2. Jaso's been good in these circumstances with men in scoring position. 4th in the American League overall with a .429 average. With Longoria at third base. 0-2. Upstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Evan Longoria getting an excellent secondary lead from third base. Brandon Wood playing off the line. And the 1-2 out to left field. Here comes Juan Rivera and can't make the play. Longoria scores. It is 4-1 Angels. Base hit for Jaso. Picks up the RBI, his 12th of the year.
Boy, Jaso continues to swing the bat in this game. His 3rd hit was up the pitch in the zone. Able to fight it off in the left field in front of Juan Rivera as he came in, tried to make a sliding catch. Fortunately, he kept it in front of him.
Mike Butcher out to pay a visit. Hey, fans, bring the entire family to Major League Baseball All-Star Fan Fest from July 9th through the 13th at the Anaheim Convention Center. Major League Baseball All-Star Fan Fest is an interactive baseball theme park and the largest baseball fan event in the world. Get free autographs from MLB legends like Mark Gupza and members of the Baseball Hall of Fame. Tickets available at allstargame.com or by calling 888-FANFEST. Pat Burrell takes down low for ball one. He's 1 for 3, had a single in the 7th inning. There's no action going in the Angel bullpen. Although Scott Shields was loosening last inning. 28 pitches thrown by Fernando Rodney. (1-0). Fastball laid about a day, and it's into the seats. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But I had some good action on that fastball by Fernando Rodney. The dangerous hitter in Pat Burrell.
Outfield defensively for the Angels, pretty much straight up. Rivera somewhat shallow in left. Torrey, guy who typically plays a shallow center field, is out of medium depth. On the ground towards short. Ibar. He's going to go to first base. Burrell is retired for out number 3. The Rays do get a run. They do it on 3 hits. They leave 2 on. Bottom of the 8th. That's where we're headed with the Angels up 4-1. As we start the bottom of the 8th inning, Angel fans, help send your favorite Halos to this year's All-Star Game by voting up to 25 times at angelsbaseball.com. Visit angelsbaseball.com and cast your ballot right now for all the Angel All-Stars on the ballot. Vote early, vote often, and vote Angels. Vote today at angelsbaseball.com. Matt Garza is still out there, coming out for his 8th inning. Really, here he made a penny. He'll face pitches. Hunter Morales and Matsui.
There's a couple sliders that backed up on him. Other than that, well, defensive lapses against him. Certainly no walks, 7 strikeouts.
Gabe Kapler takes over in right field for Reed Brignac. So Kapler will bat in the 8th spot. He'll be the leadoff man, assuming he's allowed to hit. Three, 4, and 5. Torrey 1 for 2 with a home run, a strikeout, and a sac fly. A couple of runs batted in. That's up and in for ball 1. (102 pitches thrown by Garza. 66 have gone for strikes. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. The Rays just now getting some action going in their bullpen. Strike on the outside corner, 2-1.
Still pretty good fastball at 93 on the outside corner for Garza.
Dan Wheeler, the right-hander. Randy Choate, the left-hander for the Rays. Two one. In tight, 3 balls and a strike. Brian Fuentes getting loose. Right now a save situation, assuming the Angels don't score. If they do, then it's not.
Or as if he walks, Torrey Hunter might be his last batter.
Three-one. Torrey skying one down the right field line. Kapler over. Makes the catch for out number 1. So with 1 out, that'll bring up Kendry Morales. Kendry 1 for 3, had a single back in the 3rd. The other 2 times he's popped up and struck out.
Well, it's such a great angle to be able to see how quickly that fastball gets on a hitter.
Now one at 92, missing up and away.
Not a lot of time. That's why you often wonder why pitchers worry about throwing on the outside part of the plate. Go to the middle part and trust movement. Look how difficult that is to be able to see a baseball to react that quick. Those strikes. It's easy for me to say that after I walked 120 guys in a season, though.
It's amazing what you figure out. The older you get, the further away from baseball you get. As Kendry Morales lines one to second, Willie Ibar pitching a 10 out on the beautiful grass out in shallow right, makes the catch for out number 2.
That's got to be a bad feeling if you're Kendry Morales. You hit that ball as hard as you can. You get Willie Ibar playing short right field. That's a perfect swing. But the defense was aligned perfectly for the Rays.
So 2 outs for Hideki Matsui. Garza trying to go 8. Keep his bullpen fresh, just at 108 pitches. Matsui 0 for 2. Most pitches Garza has thrown this year, 115 back on April the 18th at Fenway Park. That was part of that 4-game sweep of the Red Sox. 1-0. There's a strike, took something off.
What's that terminology here? BP fastball. Just take a little bit off at batting practice type of fastball. See if you can get a hitter out in front. It's a very effective pitch. You just got to have the confidence enough to throw it.
Two and 1 now. Looking ahead to the 9th for the Rays. They have 8, 9, and 1 scheduled. Right now it's Kapler, Ibar, and Bartlett. They don't have too many other options. B.J. Upton is not here. That pitch is in for a strike, 2-2. Deanna Navarro is their other catcher. So a 2-ball, 2-strike count, 2 outs here in the 8th. Matsui rolls one foul up the first base side. Unlike Yoel Pinheiro, Matt Garza took the baseball that Pena threw back to him and got rid of it.
Never do that. You always keep that baseball, especially when you have a swing like that off the end of the bat. Maybe a little dent or a slash in that baseball, better movement.
Outside, full count now with Juan Rivera on deck. Now when rolled foul, they've got a piece of his foot. Angels trying to take game 1 of the 6-game homestand here against the Rays. Tomorrow night, Jeff Neiman going up against Scott Kazmir. 3-2s, pop foul. This one into the seats on the third base side. And for the nice weather we had this afternoon, it's turned into a cool night here.
It's supposed to warm up as the week goes along, but it did cool down tonight. Generally, when that happens, I mean the baseball won't carry quite as effectively.
He lost him. A 2-out walk. That's the first walk issued by Garza in this game. Puts a man on, brings in Joe Madden, who's already signaled out to the bullpen. So with Juan Rivera coming up, Dan Wheeler will get a chance to get that third out. Garza goes 7 2/3. He leaves trailing it by the score of 4-1. Back here at the Big A, bottom of the 8th inning, 4-1 Angels. Dan Wheeler takes over now for Matt Garza with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Wheeler pitching in his 13th game, a 1-0 record, a 1.86 ERA. 4 walks, 10 strikeouts, part of that pretty solid relief corps for Joe Madden. Bullpen ERA of 3.47.
Pretty good fastball, 89 to 92 mile an hour. You have the curveball, a changeup, and a split finger fastball.
He'll face Juan Rivera here. Matt Garza.
I don't know why he did that, because Joe Madden gave him a chance to be able to finish off the inning, and he walked the guy on his own. Very competitive. I got to give him a lot of credit for that.
Absolutely.
He didn't want to come out.
Had nothing to do with Joe Madden. He was angry with himself when he made 2 mistakes. The sliders that kind of backed up on him to Torrey and to Mike Napoli. And then issuing his first walk of the game, and came on the last batter. There's a pinch runner at first base as Reggie Willits takes over for Hideki Matsui. With 2 outs here, and Wheeler will try to keep him close over there. Reggie. Rivera in this one is 0 for 3. Strikeout back into third. Juan takes strike 1.
Wheeler's a pitcher that tries to get you out with the slider and split finger. Will show the fastball for effect. Tries to get you out with that breaking pitch.
Oh, 1. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Opponent's hitting just 121 against Dan Wheeler. That's the 3rd lowest among relievers in the American League. And when there are men on base, hitters 0 for 14. That one in the dirt. Nice job by the catcher, Jaso. Willits has to stay at first base.
Willis had a nice game as far as throwing a couple would-be base stealers, 3 hits. A nice job of blocking pitches in the dirt.
The 1-2. Fastball got him looking on the outside corner. Down goes Rivera. The 8th comes to a close. We hit of the 9th. Angels trying to take game 1 of the 6-game homestand. Brian Fuentes will be called upon to save this one. 4-1 Angels. Angels up by the score of 4-1. Brian Fuentes, the closer, on in relief, trying to seal the victory. It would be the 15th win of the year for the Angels. Brian pitching now in his 8th game, an ERA of 4.05.
Always a guy that works on that command of that fastball. Fuentes, deceptive delivery. 88 to 90 mile an hour with the fastball. Been very good with his changeup and slider of late. The key is not overthrowing that slider. It becomes too much of a break and the hitters will not swing at it.
California native Gabe Kapler will lead things off. He came on as a defensive replacement in the 8th inning. Kapler was the guy that grounded the short in yesterday's perfect game by Dallas Braden at the Coliseum. Been around a long time. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Fuentes picked up his 4th save on Saturday, going 1 inning and striking out 1. As Kapler takes a breaking ball in for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Kapler for out number 1 here in the 9th. Expanding the strike zone is Fuentes, and that'll bring up Willie Ibar.
Great job of changing that eye level. Very effective up in the zone at 89 miles an hour.
Ibar was a pinch hitter in the 7th inning. He's 0 for 1. Switch hitter hitting from the right side as Fuentes pumps in a strike. The score holds. Joel Pinheiro will pick up his 3rd win of the year. Came in with a 2-4 mark. Pinheiro went 6 1/3 with 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, 5 hits allowed. A stellar performance. Kevin Jepson followed with 2/3 of an inning. Had 1 strikeout. That pitch is outside. 2-1 now. And Fernando Rondi went 1 inning. Allowed 3 hits and a run. He also walked a man. Chasing that outside pitch, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good spot for that fastball. Come right back at that same location.
Two. He went back out there. Defensive hack by Ibar.
And again, when you see a hitter with that type of swing, you might as well go right back out there again. A lot of times a pitcher will think, well, okay, he's looking out over there, so I'm going to go inside. But Ibar likes to pitch on the inner half.
High fly ball deep to left field. Juan Rivera is back, and that one is gone. A solo home run for Eric Ibar. And it is 4-2 Angels.
Well, they did go inside after there's a couple swings on the pitch on the outside part of the plate. See, going inside, inner half of the plate. Willie Ibar likes it at that location.
So here's the top of the order now, and Jason Bartlett. Fastball right down the middle. For Willie Ibar, his 3rd home run of the year. There's strike 2. Brian Fuentes having allowed his 3rd. Oh, 2. Breaking ball is down and in. Bartlett up the middle. Kendrick's got to get rid of it quickly. The throw is not in time. Bartlett reaches. How he got to it, planted, threw strongly over to first base, but Bartlett has pretty good wheels.
Well, that backhand, you have to get rid of it right away. Bartlett runs exceptionally well. Well, that was a little bit closer. He might have got him at first. See that baseball going in the glove just as the foot's about ready to hit the base.
Brings up Carl Crawford, and Crawford has a big hack, floats one out to right field. Bobby Abreu comes in, makes the catch. There are 2 outs.
Well, you got Carl Crawford just out in front of that slow curveball. Dangerous spot for that pitch to a left-handed batter. That's on the inner half. You see there, just got underneath it enough. He knew he had a pitch to drive. Got underneath it.
Brings up Ben Zobrist. He'll bat from the right side. He's 2 for 4 with a couple of singles. Off speed is down low. Don't be fooled by that number down at the bottom, the 0 home runs. He has the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Two balls and no strikes.
Whoa.
2-1 now. Tomorrow night, Jeff Neiman against Scott Kazmir. Wednesday afternoon at 4 o'clock, David Price going up against Jared Weaver. 2-1. Zobrist fouls one back to the right. It is 2-2 now with 2 outs. Jason Bartlett over at first. Laid off the breaking pitch, and it's a full count now. And Evan Longoria is on deck. Here comes a payoff pitch. Foul back. Fuentes is set. There goes Bartlett. Another 3-2. Down low, ball 4. So the potential tying run is on base at first and Ben Zobrist. Bartlett now at second, and you've got the ever dangerous Evan Longoria coming to the plate. Longoria in this one is 1 for 4. Had a bloop double in the 8th inning down the right field line. Eventually came around to score the first run. The Rays' second run came here in the 9th. The 1-out home run by Willie Ibar. First pitch. Swing and a drive out to deep left center field. That's going to go for extra bases. 1 run is in. Here comes Zobrist. He'll score. We're tied at 4. Evan Longoria with his 10th double of the year. Pardon me, his 11th double of the year on the outside part of the plate, pulling it to left center.
Well, a huge alley in left center field on that pitch. And it was up in the zone enough where he could be able to drive it that far.
Going back to the walk to Ben Zobrist with 2 outs. Still not done. Here's Carlos Pena. That got him. So runners at first and second. Mike Butcher's going to come out now. And you're going to have to face John Jaso, the catcher, who has 3 hits in this game. So Pinheiro, for his fantastic effort tonight, will get nothing out of it other than a lower ERA. 6 1/3 of scoreless baseball. Unable to pick up the win. Jaso takes a fastball for a strike. That one behind Jaso to the backstop. That allows Longoria to go to third and Pena to second. That's a second off-speed pitch that we've seen to a left-handed batter. It kind of either came out of the hand awkwardly. I mean, it wasn't even close. The other one was Pena getting hit. This one behind Jaso.
They're trying to force that breaking pitch. And the release point not there for Fuentes.
In the dirt, what a dig.
Tell you what, that was an amazing, amazing play by Mike Napoli to catch that ball. That was not even close.
Two balls and a strike. There's a strike, 2-2. Jason Bolger's up and loosening right now. Brian Fuentes just trying to escape here in the 9th inning in a tie game. And fouled up the first base side. Count remains at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rays closer Rafael Soriano's up and loosening now. This inning started, it was 4-1 Angels. Fuentes struck out Gabe Kapler, and it's got a downhill since. 2-2. Upstairs, full count. Pat Burrell, the right-hand hitting DH, is on deck. Bolger just about ready to go. Brian Fuentes has thrown 31 pitches. Here's the payoff. Jaso breaks his bat and loops into second. Howie Kendrick has got it. There's out number 3. But the Rays tie things up. They get 3 here in the 9th. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Howie Kendrick to lead it off in a 4-4 tie. It is a 4-4 tie here in the 9th, hoping that his offensive unit will pick him up. Howie Kendrick, Mike Napoli, and Brandon Wood, the scheduled 3 batters here to face Dan Wheeler, who came on with 2 outs in the 8th inning and struck out Juan Rivera looking. Howie Kendrick tonight is 2 for 3 with a double, a single, a strikeout, and he's also scored a run. First pitch, breaking ball is a strike on the outside corner.
You see lots of breaking pitches out of Wheeler. It's also a dangerous pitch. You hang one of those sliders, the game's over.
So Matt Garza, who was on the hook for the L, is no longer on the hook for the L. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. Oh, 2. Pop foul and out of play to the right. Another 0-2 in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Howard is trying to go inside out with this pitch now. Behind an account, shorten up the swing.
Hasn't seen anything straight as of yet. The 1-2. Boy, that was that hanger that we were talking about. Fouling it straight back. Count remains at a ball and 2 strikes.
When you look at a guy that throws a lot of sliders, it can be good at times, but if you make one mistake that risks get underneath the baseball, you're going to have that type of action, and that was one that Wheeler was fortunate to get back.
On the ground to the right side, Pena's got it. Feeds Wheeler, and there's out number 1. Brings up Mike Napoli with the bases clear. Napoli hit by a pitch into second, but then responded with this off Matt Garza. A 2-run home run in the 4th inning. His 2nd home run of the season. He's also punched out, so a 1 for 2 evening for the Angels catcher. Fastball fouled back. No 1 from Wheeler. Fastball right down the middle. 0-2. Few of the 36,000 plus still here in the bottom of the 9th inning. A cool night here at the Big A. Saw that lead dissipate in the 9th. 0-2 in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Granted Woods on deck. He's 0 for 3. If the inning continues, the top of the order, Eric Ibar. Breaking ball popped up behind the plate. Mesa runs out of room.
Well, again, just barely got away with that hanging slider. It's nasty when it's in the dirt, but when it's out over the middle part of the plate, it's very hittable.
One ball, two strikes on Napoli. Got him with a fastball. 2 outs. So it's up to Brandon Wood to keep this inning alive and/or end this ball game. 0 for 3 with a punch out, a couple of fly ball outs. Jason Bolger getting loose. He would come on in the 10th inning. This inning, this game continues, I should say. Bolger throwing the ball a little bit better of late. Here's the 1-0. Brandon Wood skying that one foul. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Boy, a fastball that ran into that danger area. Inner half against Brandon Wood. His mindset should be right now is to find a pitch he can drive. Singles, extra base or more.
Did not go, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Cued foul on the first base side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Evan Longoria with the big hit in the top of the 9th inning. 2 RBI double to tie this ball game up. Two and two. 2 outs, bases clear here in the 9th. Downstairs. Full count now. There's Eric Ibar. Payoff pitch. Rolled over to third. Longoria's got it. We're going to extra innings. 2nd time this year for the Angels. Through 9. We're tied at 4. Top of the 10th inning here at the Big A. 2nd extra inning affair for the Halos this season. They picked up the extra inning win on Saturday. Hideki Matsui with that game-winning hit in Seattle. Now Jason Bolger takes over here for Brian Fuentes. Fuentes went 1 inning, gave up 3 runs on 3 hits, including a home run. 1 strikeout, 1 walk in that 9th inning. Jason, here in the 10th, will face Pat Burrell, Gabe Kapler, and Willie Ibar. Pat Burrell tonight 1 for 4. He had a single back in the 7th. Big curveball is in for strike 1. Bolger last pitched 2 days ago in Seattle, went an inning in the 3rd, gave up a hit, struck out 2. Fastball in tight. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Obviously, the key for Jason Bolger is just attacking that strike zone. Very good stuff. Good fastball. Get in the low to mid 90s. Bread and butter, though, is that curveball.
There's a 1-1. There's a curveball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jason's pitched exceptionally well here at the Big A compared to that out on the road. 358 here at home compared to 605 in his brief career. 1-2. Nice job by Napoli. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Doing a nice job of blocking pitches in the dirt. That play he made last inning with Fuentes overthrew that fastball at 91 way off the plate and was able to catch that ball, kept it a tie game.
Here comes the 2-2. Curveball rolled foul. Another 2-2, way up and in. It's a full count. Remember, Fernando Rodney gave up 1 run in that 8th inning before Fuentes had allowed 3 in the 9th. Swing and a miss. Down goes Burrell. There's out number 1. Went to a 3-2 count, but as long as you put him back in the dugout.
Good curveball. Down in the zone at 79. Pat Burrell will swing at pitches out of the strike zone. Especially breaking pitches, but you have to be able to establish throwing it for a strike first.
There's Gabe Kapler. Had 1 AB in the 9th inning. He struck out leading off the 9th against Fuentes. He swings and pulls one foul down the left field side. No balls and 1 strike. This is the 4th extra inning game for the Tampa Bay Rays this year. They're 2-1 in the extra frames. Oh, 1. Missing low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kapler's been around a while. Mentioned he's a Southern California guy. Born in Hollywood, California. He swings and rolls it foul up the 3rd baseline. Taft High School in the San Fernando Valley. Cal State Fullerton and then Moore Park Community College.
Still quick on that fastball on the inside part of the plate. See, they just pulled that one foul against Bolger. Well, Bolger going to go with a slider here to see if he get a swing and miss.
Breaking ball. Didn't miss by much. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Former 57th round pick in 1995 by the Tigers. 2-2. Outside, another full count. Three-two. Base hit into center field. Kapler is on board. One with the breaking pitch. And that'll bring up Willie Ibar.
Kapler, a guy that runs pretty well too, might thinking of trying to steal a base here. This one will show the curveball out over the plate, but up enough where Kapler can hit it up the middle. But further down in the dirt area, he swings and misses, but it was elevated enough to get a hit.
He had 5 stolen bases last year for the Rays. Ibar hit that home run in the 9th inning. His 3rd of the season. That came off Fuentes from the right side. There's that 9th inning home run. Fastball. Came with 2 strikes after being able to chase a couple of pitches off the plate. Tried to sneak that one on the inside part of the plate. Ibar touched him for that 4-bagger. That went down and in for ball 1. The Angels' runs in this one came early in the game. 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th. And Matt Garza put it into cruise control. He went 7 2/3 on 8 hits, giving up 4 runs. That one's out to the alley in left center field. Juan Rivera's back, makes the catch. Kapler rounding second, has to head back all the way to first base, and he's back in there safely. What a catch by Juan Rivera, robbing Willie Ibar of extra bases.
Well, he did a nice job of covering a lot of ground. The fortunate thing there with a left-handed batter, it will be tailing back towards the left fielders, but it all came down to that good jump. Nice play. Gabe Kapler also, too, because he was running, was around the base. He had to run back and touch second base before he got back safely in the first. So when you touch that base, you have to go right back and touch the base again before you go back to first.
So 2 outs now for Jason Bartlett, the shortstop. Kapler still at first base. The bottom of the 10th inning, top of the order, due up for the Halos. Ibar, Abreu, and Hunter. Wouldn't expect for Dan Wheeler to come back out, but you never know. Pitch out. Kapler's going to third out from Napoli. 1 hopper. And they've got Kapler for out number 3. Just right. Nice job by Mike Napoli. We head to the bottom of the 10th. Tied at 4 with the top of the order coming up. At 4, new pitcher on for the Rays. They'll be facing the top of the order. Take a look at the highlights in this one, Mark.
Boy, the hanging breaking pitch, Torrey Hunter, who after early was robbed by Carl Crawford. This time hits it over his head for a home run. Then a 2-run bomb for Mike Napoli, the revenge for getting hit in the back. But then here they go. The Rays once again show why they're such an effective team playing on the road. Longoria with that double scores the tying runs, make it 4-4. But this play right here is an amazing play by Mike Napoli. This pitch was way out of his zone, was able to catch it. Then, of course, the pitch out, the throw to second, get the would-be base runner trying to get into scoring position, Gabe Kapler. A good play by Juan Rivera, cutting off that fly ball in the left center field.
Robbing Willie Ibar of extra bases with Gabe Kapler at first base. Randy Choate takes over at the top of the order, and Eric Ibar to lead things off. 15th game now for Choate. He's had a couple of bad games. That's why the ERA is inflated to 7.88.
Ducking that overpowering 84 to 89 on the fastball, slider, and a changeup. Slider being his out pitch.
Ibar's 1 for 4. Got a single with a run scored in the first inning. Down low for ball 1. That'll leave it a count of 1 ball, 1 strike. Ibar ahead of the count now at 2-1. Left-handers hitting 143 against Choate. Ibar spinning around. Got the left hand hitting Bobby Abreu due up next. Then Torrey Hunter from the right side. Outside, 3-1. Looking for base runners.
Wouldn't like if this pitch is not down the middle of the plate. Ibar will be taken. Needs to get on base here.
(3-1) on the corner, full count. Bobby's on deck. Payoff to Ibar. Called strike 3. There's out number 1.
See where that pitch was in the inside part of the plate. Catches the corner. Next one will show that different delivery. Deception at a Choate. Flip it in there at 86 in the inside corner.
So Abreu will step in, 1 for 4. Had a single back in the first inning. Bobby takes a strike. Here's the 0-1. Abreu popping one up. 2 outs. That'll bring up Torrey Hunter now with the bases clear. Torrey 1 for 3 with that home run back in the third. Also picked up a sac fly in the first. Joe Madden's going to come out. That's going to be it for the left-hander, Choate. So a pitching change. We're in the 10th inning. Grant Balfour will be coming on in relief. We'll see his performance against Torrey when we return. Bottom of the 10th, 4-4 tie, 2 outs, nobody on. Grant Balfour, the Aussie, comes on in relief. Now Randy Chode, who retired the 2 men he needed to retire, Ibar and Abreu. Now Balfour's got a pretty good arm, pretty good stuff. Will be facing Torrey Hunter with 2 outs and nobody on base.
Big stat. You notice there, 13 2/3 innings pitched, 13 strikeouts, only 2 walks. Overpowering fastball, and that's the pitch he likes to throw the most. 91 to 96, a curveball, a slider, and a changeup.
First pitch to Torrey. Fastball up and away for ball 1. The home run for Torrey in the 3rd inning, his 4th of the year, now with 18 runs batted in. Fouling this one into the upper tank here on the first base side. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Balfour, 32 years of age, native of Sydney, Australia. Doesn't waste a whole lot of time as Torrey takes a strike, and it's 1-2.
Balfour likes to go after you with that fastball, and he'll provide a lot of that power if Torrey can just center up that swing and get one in the air.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch outside, 2-2 now. Looking ahead to the 11th, should we get there. Top of the order due up for the Rays. Here's the 2-2. Full count now with Kendry Morales on deck. Fouled straight back. Another payoff pitch. Torrey, ground ball to short. Farmer with a little bobble. Retires Hunter. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Angels go down in order. We head to the 11th. We're still tied at 4 here at the Big A. Top of the 11th here at the Big A, tied at 4. The Rays have the top of their order coming up in Bartlett, Crawford, and Zobrist to face Jason Bolger, who has 1 inning under his belt. Be sure to stay tuned for Lakers Live Game 4 postgame following Angels Live postgame right here on Fox Sports Play. Jason Bartlett tonight is 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts. He swings and chops that one foul. He singled and scored in the 9th inning. Oh, 1 from Bolger. He's down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls and a strike. Trevor Bell is up and loosening now. Called up before the game. Starter down in the minor league. Give you some innings, if needed, in extra innings. As Bolger's fallen behind at 3 balls and a strike. Pardon me, 2 balls and a strike. Out to center field, sinking liner. Torrey Hunter gets the glove down. He makes the catch. Terrific job by Torrey Hunter. Now the hope is that he's all right.
Well, that's an amazing jump for Torrey Hunter to be able to come in. And that's a situation where if that gets by it, it's an inside the Parker. Willing to take that chance, that first step, just before it hits the outfield grass. The 9-time Gold Glover makes the play. Perfect play.
1 out here in the 11th. Here's Carl Crawford. Curveball in for a strike. Oh, we've seen some fine defensive plays in this one today. Crawford had one as he takes a rather weak hack at that breaking pitch, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Carl is 1 for 5, had a single in the 8th inning. The 0-2. Check swing, he went around. Yes, he did. 2 outs.
Great breaking pitch by Bolger there ahead of the count. It's Carl Crawford to swing through it. See this curveball down. Well, it was a foul tip anyhow or a full swing. Good enough to be able to get it out. He's been very good behind the plate tonight.
So 2 outs here in the 11th. Ben Zobrist steps up now, 2 for 4 with a couple of singles and another curveball from Bolger. The Rays just have 1 guy left on their bench, while the Angels have 3 guys on their bench. From an offensive perspective, as Zobrist takes a strike if necessary. Michael Ryan, Ryan Buddy, and Kevin Franzen all still available. Rob Quinlan being sent down to AAA Salt Lake before the game. Angels calling up Trevor Bell, who's getting loose in the bullpen. There's the 1-1. Upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. After Bolger, you've got Bell, Stokes, and Shields left in the bullpen. Two one. Curveball is in there, 2-2.
This is the guy you want to get out with. Longoria on deck. Zobrist's a very good hitter himself. 2 at-bats in a row. Longoria's got a couple doubles. He's getting hot again.
And that was the case with Zobrist in the 9th inning with 2 outs. That's the guy that Fuentes went to 3-2 and then walked him before giving up the double to Evan Longoria. 2-2 from Bolger. In tight, full count. Here's the payoff. Jovers pulls this one foul. Four runs, 12 hits, 2 errors, 11 left on for the Rays. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, 5 left on for the Angels. And he lost him. 2-out walk brings up Evan Longoria here in the 11th. Matter of fact, the Angels offense has not had a man in scoring position for some time in this one. Trevor Bell will be coming on. Jason Bolger is done. 2 outs here in the 11th, tied at 4. The youngsters coming in. Hitter Trevor Bell comes on with 2 outs here in the 11th. Recalled before the game from AAA Salt Lake City, a 1-0 record, a 2.04 ERA in 3 starts. Was with the Angels in 2009. Spent some time here, pitching in 8 games, 4 starts. Had a 1-2 mark and a 9.74 ERA. Former first-round pick back in 2005.
Pretty good fastball, too. Low to mid-90s. He can throw it in there with his curve and change.
Go back to the 9th inning. Evan Longoria had that hit on the first pitch from Brian Fuentes, a 2 RBI double that tied this game up at 4. Ben Zobrist over at first base. He has good speed. He has stolen 6 bases, so Trevor will have to keep him honest over at first. At a Crescenta Valley High School here in California. First pitch to Longoria, downstairs with a fastball for ball 1. Longoria with the two doubles in the 8th and 9th inning. 2 for 5. A couple of runs batted in, giving him 25 RBIs on the season.
Zobrist showing a pretty good move. Zobrist runs well, but this is a situation, if you're the Rays, you have your right guy up at the plate.
One 0. There's a strike. Bell last year starting at AA Arkansas, moved his way up to AAA Salt Lake, getting some time in the big leagues, as we pointed out, as Longoria swings through that fastball, and it's 1-2.
Location stayed down in the outer half of the plate, force him to go to the big part of the yard.
And the 1-2. Off speed. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And come right out with a fastball on that same location on that outside part. Throw over sign.
All 4 of the Rays runs coming in the 8th and 9th innings, while the Angels runs coming early in this game. You got 4, 5, and 6 to up in the bottom of the 11th. Swinging and missing is Longoria. Down he goes for out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 11th, tied at 4. Kendra Morales, see Reggie Willits and Juan Rivera here in the bottom of the 11th inning to face Grant Balfour, who wants a new baseball. Remember, Reggie Willits pinch ran for Hideki Matsui in the 8th inning, so he remains in the game as the designated hitter.
This is a great matchup for Kendra Morales. Loves the fastball. Grant Balfour likes to throw that 91 to 96 mile an hour fastball.
Overshift is on for the Rays, with Willie Ibar out in shallow right field. First pitch. Fastball is in for a strike. Kendry tonight 1 for 4. Had a single back in the 3rd inning. And that's the opposite way. That falls for a base hit. Crawford over to cut it off. Does so. Morales will stop at first with a base hit. So the leadoff man is on board for Reggie Willits.
He gets that fastball in the outer half, and that's just a perfect swing. Inside out. Kenny continues to have great approaches at the plate. Clearly a bunt situation now with Reggie up.
And the infield comes over toward the mound area to talk things over with Balfour. Make sure that from a positioning standpoint, who's got what, especially with the speed of Reggie Willits. First at bat of the night for Reggie. A 150 batting average, has a double and an RBI. Throw over, and Kendry's back. One sacrifice bunt this year for Reggie.
A lot of times a pitcher will throw over like that to see if a batter's going to square around, but there's no tricking you right now. Reggie Willits is going to be up there at the bunt and move Kendry to second base.
Taking down low for ball 1.
We get a good angle right here from our left field camera how close Longoria is to Reggie Willits as he squares around the bunt. It's not going to be an easy task for Reggie to be able to get this bunt down because you got Longoria right on top of you and Kenny Morales that doesn't run that well.
2-1. Right on the first base side, Balfour's down over to Ibar. The sacrifice works as Morales puts himself in the scoring position at second base, courtesy of a beautiful bunt.
Great job by Reggie Willits. When Longoria come down the third base line, it's a much easier throw for him to be able to make that throw to second base. He's able to deaden that baseball and force the pitcher to make the play. And at that point, easily Kenny Morales gets into scoring position at second.
Angels tonight 0 for 3 with men in scoring position. See what Juan Rivera can do. Sweet mohawk, by the way, by Reggie Willits. This game's turning into a Just for Men commercial.
That's what I just thought.
Juan fouling that one back. Big hack there. Rivera's 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Lakers live game 4 post game after Angels live post game.
We'll see Juan Rivera get that base hit after that possible game saving play he made out in left center field just a few innings ago.
Potential winning run in Kendry Morales. In the dirt, it gets past Jaso. That will advance Morales to third. Should be a pass ball. See how they rule it. Nope, it's going to be a wild pitch. Joe Madden's coming out. Looked like Joe is asking for somebody else to come out with him. Let's see what they're going to do here. They're going to pull this. Yep, they're going to bring in Zobrist to play the infield.
And that 5 infielder defense.
Tony Randazzo, the home plate umpire, out to break up the meeting of the minds. So there you have it. 5 infielders. Zobrist, who was the center fielder, is now almost directly behind the pitcher's mound. Now moves over to the shortstop side. Crawford in shallow left, and in shallow right center field is Gabe Kapler. There's the 1-1. 1-2.
Well, if you're Juan Rivera, you got to be looking fastball, try to get a fastball at the belt or above so you can hit the ball in the air.
I mean, you're not trying to drive it. Just put it out in play. Take it where it's pitched. Instead of trying to pull something. The 1-2. Packed up out to center field. It's going to be deep enough. Kapler is there. Morales tags. He will come home to score. Juan Rivera with the sac fly. 5-4. Angels win it. Light that baby up.
Well, it took a little bit longer than they anticipated, but the job is done. Get that victory to first in his homestand against the best road record in baseball. The Tampa Bay Rays coming back, tying the game up. And they got a couple breaks. We talked about some breaks early in the game. They got some breaks late, and that breaking pitch in the dirt allowed Kendall Morales to advance to third. Then Juan Rivera did his job, saved the game with a great defensive play out in left center field, and comes through with the sacrifice fly for the victory for the Halos.
Oh, I tell you what, nicely done after especially that 1-1 pitch where he kind of pulled off and swung over the top of it. Good piece of 2-strike hitting, putting the ball in play, and even if Zobrist was out in center field, that ball was going to be deep enough to score. Kenji Morales, that's how strong Juan Rivera is to get that ball out there. He picks up the RBI, his 15th of the year, and of course the game winner. And it makes the youngster, Trevor Bell, the winner. He picks up his 2nd major league win.
Well, here's another. This looked like it was a breaking pitch possibly again. It was flattened out for Balfour. Again, his number 1 pitch, the fastball, but Juan Rivera did his job. We talked about his defense there to be able to catch that ball, and of course the sac fly. And you mentioned Trevor Bell that's got up here today, gets the victory. Fellas are happy about that after a tough road trip. They come back and win a game against the Rays, who are very, very good, the best on the road.
The final again, the Angels pick up the victory in game 1 of this 3-game set by the final of 5-4. Let's send it down to Sean Farnham.
All right, Tori, obviously it was a difficult road trip for you guys. You had the lead tonight, and it slipped away. How good does it feel to get this win and start this 6-game homestand off this way?
Man, it's great, man. We had a rough road trip, like you said, and we just couldn't get all cylinders to click. Everything was going bad, pitching, hitting, everything. And just to come home, man, sleep in our own bed and come out here and get a big win in 11 innings against a good ball club in Tampa Bay feels great.
You know, you got the offense off to a good start. In the first inning, you drove the ball incredibly well. Crawford made the nice play, but you still got the run across. And then you came back up and said, you're not going to catch this one. You drove it over the fence. How nice was it to have the day off, rest that knee, and come out and hit the ball well?
It felt good. I just iced my knee, all day last night. All last night, all day today. And it felt pretty good, and I was able to sit back on the back leg and put some power into the swing, and Carl Crawford got me, but I'm going to get him back before the series over with.
Well, I think you got him back with that play in the outfield there at the top of the inning when you dove down and scooped it off. Your wrist okay on that one?
It's good. I had a little brain movage in there, and my brain moved around a little bit after they got rattled But other than that, I feel great, and I'm glad the team came through with the win. We can go home and eat that steak. It's going to taste a little better when you win.
All right, congratulations on the win and starting off the homestand.
Thank you very much.
All right, in a short break, we'll be right back with Michael Leaves and Jose Mota out at the Rocks. In 60 seconds, it's Angels Live. The Angels pick up a win and start the homestand off on a high.